Tere!
Tere!
Fantastic. Welcome to the Black Nights Film Festival Industry Tallinn at Baltic event and our 2023 edition of the Industry Innovation Forum. My name is Sten Saluveer. I am the curator of today's afternoon. And unlike our traditional industry forums, I guess we are adapting, or we are trying to pay attention this year to a more nuanced state of the world. A lot of big things are going on in the world right now, politically, personally, technologically. We see that the last 50 to 70 years of unprecedented prosperity in Europe is challenged, and we exactly don't know where this is leading. We also understand that our creative collaborations are transforming, and they are requiring new forms of support and solidarity, whichever direction we are looking at. And we understand that in the past 6 months or so, new technologies, which perhaps only a year ago could have been part of science fiction, are coming into film industry and transforming very profoundly what they do. And exactly about those topics, we will dedicate the 2 sessions of today. If you look into the calendar, then the war in Ukraine started 631 days ago, as of today. And I guess if something is very clear is that it is unprecedented, but unfortunately, and as much as we know, we yet don't know where this is all heading. So this rather abnormal situation has rather become a status quo, or some type of a process, which of course will end very soon with a victory. But it's clear that it will set a lot of challenges in the way how we work, in order how we support creativity in Europe, and I guess at overall how we support the general state of free expressions through cinema throughout the world. So this, of course, sets a totally different type of modus operandi for the film institutions, either if they are public and private. And about those experiences of already existing solidarity and support measures to Ukraine, as well as looking into the future, we will dedicate the first 90 minutes or so in today's sessions. We'll also look at some pioneering case studies, how producers across Europe, United States, Spain, and elsewhere have actually made unprecedented progress and created some extraordinary experiences. Murals, which looks and depicts the situation in Ukraine through the use of immersive technology, will be playing tomorrow at the closing gala of the Black Nights Film Festival. The Industry Innovation Forum, of course, could not happen without our long-term partner, Creative Europe Media Program, and we're really proud, again, to present today's 2 sessions and the forum in association with the Creative Europe Media Program. Not they have been intrinsic, in my opinion, in helping our ecosystem to grow, but of course, understanding that the program will be evolving, they will be looking into how to catalyze innovation in the market as well. And it's our discussions and our input that hopefully will provide some useful insights into the ongoing process. It is our 9th edition of the Industry Innovation Forum, or the European Film Forum in Tallinn. And for an opening words, I have a great pleasure to invite Tiina, the festival director of the Black Nights Film Festival. Tiina.
Hello, good afternoon. You know that I am not so big a speech person. So I would like to say that we are really proud and honored that we can make this together with European Film Commission and Europe Creative Media almost 9th year. And by the way, all these years, Christian Saluveer was the motor of this event. And we had a lot of interesting topics during these years. And I do hope that, as always, this one is going to be also very, very interesting. And I do hope that we can continue this, because Now there is 10th year is coming already. And have a nice day, have a nice forum.
Thank you, Tina. Of course, putting together the program and having those conversations with you is a very daunting task. And I have a great pleasure to actually introduce my co-moderator for today's session, Kristen Davis. As a fun fact, when Storytech, which is an innovation and venture studio here in Tallinn, Estonia, was created in 2016, and when we had this idea to spring this new innovation platform out of the festival, Kristen was the first person outside of our own circle to talk to. And I guess that was somewhere in July 2016. The idea in Estonia of basically working with innovation and film and media and technology seemed very outrageous. Well, here we are. But Kristen is originally from Britain, has been living in Paris, France since 2000, but her professional background includes over 20 years in international media, including the New York Times, where she actually developed a global network of innovation experts. And most recently, she works with her own agency, Sanxi, that offers strategic expertise and consulting. For example, for La Poste, the Google GNI Fund, well, Storytech, Cartier, Vivatech, and many others. She's been also very much involved in solidarity and support for different types of conflicts around the world, including being a board member of Apopo. I guess you can say a little bit what Apopo is and what it does, but also resilience activities for Ukraine. Kristen, please.
Thank you so much. It's an absolute pleasure to be back here, to be back in Tallinn, to be back at Black Nights, and to be here for the Industry Innovation Forum. Thank you for that wonderful introduction and also the partnership and collaboration that we've built over the years. Definitely here to talk about Ukraine. You mentioned Apopo, just another fun fact on that. I'm a board member also for a not-for-profit. We train rats to detect landmines. And right now, we are actually training 10 Ukrainian women in our research center in Cambodia. We're training them on rats and dogs because we're going to be demining an operation in Ukraine very shortly. But I'm going to bring this right now back to the topic in hand, which is the creative industries. And we're going to be bringing with you, sharing over the next couple of hours together, some first-hand experiences from Ukraine. We have Mikhailo Gluboki, who's the director of the Izolatia Foundation. This is a cultural foundation that was created in 2010. Following the Russian invasion, it's had to relocate. It's had to relocate from its home in Donetsk to Kiev. However, its work is continuing. It hasn't stopped. We're going to be hearing from Mikhailo.
And what is very, very important was that Mikhailo is one of the persons who is leading a new initiative called Zmina, which is supported by Creative Europe Media, especially to bridge ties between creative industries, film, art professionals, between Europe and Ukraine here and now.
It's an amazing example of resilience and collaboration. So we'll be hearing from Mikhailo. As Stan has already mentioned, we'll also be hearing from the murals team. This is, for me, an amazing example of pan-European collaboration, and in fact, even beyond Europe collaboration. This is an example of a team that has crossed boundaries, built bridges, broken expectations and norms when it comes to technologies, but also timelines. We're going to have examples of solidarity and innovation. And these are solidarity and innovation not just for Ukraine. They actually support the entire creative industry across Europe. Things that have gone on over the last 631 days, and we're going to be looking at how we can pull learnings from these tools, techniques, practical advice, and also opportunities to continue that building here on in. Stan, should we get started?
Yes, and we're going to start with the perspective of European film funds, because the role of European film funds, both public funds and private funds, has been intrinsic in providing funding, solidarity, and opportunities for Ukrainian filmmakers at this very pivotal moment of time. We start with the perspective of the European Solidarity Fund for Ukrainian Films, or ESUF. And I have a great pleasure to welcome on stage Manon Duverger. She's the charge de mission at the ESUF, and she has held several positions at the revered CNC in France. And since March 2023, she's leading the fund with the focus of supporting Ukrainian cinema at this unprecedented moment. And Manon has a short presentation for us. Welcome.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for the invitation to present the fund. So my name is Manon Duverger. I'm the project manager of the European Solidarity Fund for Ukrainian Films. And I will make a short presentation of what the fund is about. So maybe we can begin with where does the fund come from? So 37 government or government-associated public bodies reunite within the European Film Agency Directors Association. And in Cannes last year, during their General Assembly, they decided to launch an initiative to support Ukrainian film industry. So at first, 16 members coming from 13 countries decided to implement the funds. And in Cannes this year, 3 new members decided to join the fund. So now it's 19 organizations coming from 16 countries that contribute to this fund. So there is Belgium, Croatia, Cyprus, Denmark, the Ministry of Culture of Estonia, the CNC, the BKM at Germany, Greek Film Center, Ireland, Italy, Lithuania, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, Norway, Portugal, and the UK. So the goal of the fund is to support Ukrainian filmmakers so they can remain free to express their talents and opinions. It's also to compensate the lack of public funding for Ukrainian cinema. And it's also to allow the finalization of or completion of Ukrainian films that were not able to be finalized due to the conflict, and also to provide necessary means so that the creators can initiate new works. So the eligible projects to the fund are feature film, long length. They are directed by Ukrainian filmmakers. They belong to the genre of fiction, documentary, or animation. And they are co-produced by a Ukrainian production company and a company based in one of the contributing countries. We have two different stages of support. First is development support. So the support for fiction animation is capped at 50,000 euros, and the support for documentary is capped at 25,000 euros. And it covers the expenses related to development and research work, location scouting, documentation, and so on. Second stage is finalization support or completion support. The amount of the support is capped at 75,000 euros for all kinds of feature films. The applications are reviewed after reviewing a rough cut, and this support covers the funds related to post-production, so editing, visual effects, laboratory work. And for both these supports, the grant can cover up to 100% of the expenses incurred. So the grants are given after the conclusion of an agreement between the applicant, which is a co-producer established in one of the contributing countries. And the first installment is paid upon the signature of the agreement, so it's 80%. And the remaining balance is paid after the final development or finalization budget is provided, and statement of expenses and so on. So it's selective schemes, which means that all the applications are reviewed by a committee of 7 experts, which are listed here. They were selected for their experience in Ukrainian co-production and their interest in Ukrainian filmmakers. So they review all the applications, they decide on the grants and the amounts of the grant. And I would like to thank, in particular, Simone Baumann, which is attending this meeting today, for her involvement in this fund. So the jury members review the application regarding some award criteria that are listed here in order of importance. So the first criteria would be artistic quality and originality of the project. They also review the importance of the application and of the work regarding Ukrainian culture and society. They review the financial feasibility of the project. They review the technical and logistical feasibility, and they also watch out the involvement of the production company established in the country of one of the contributors. And then they also review distribution prospects, which basically mean since the fund aims to support a project for theatrical release, they make sure that the project will be distributed. So on the first call for project, the first call for project was launched in Berlin this year. It was closed on March 17th, and we received 90 applications, actually. 58 for development and 32 for finalization. We granted 11 projects, 6 in development and 5 in finalization. 3 projects were feature films, and 3 were documentaries at development stage. And at finalization stage, 4 were documentaries and 1 was a feature films. Maybe if you want some details about the project selected, it is available on our website. I will communicate the address later. Which leads us to the second fall project that was launched in July. The deadline was September 1st, and we received 86 applications again. And some of them were resubmissions. I mean, 32 of them were resubmissions because it was really competitive on the first time, obviously. And some of them wanted to show their progress and submit again. So we received 62 applications for development and 24 for finalization support. Yeah, I talked about this again already. So the available budget, on the first round we were able to grant the half of the budget that was available at that time. And we will be able to support more projects on the second round because new contributors just joined. So it was maybe shorter than expected, but if you have some question maybe I will answer later.
Thank you so much, Manon. Thank you for sharing with us what you've already done. Thank you for pulling together in a very short space of time also this fund. I think this is a clear demonstration of one of the forms of support and how rapidly we can mobilize for support. Do take a photo of Manon's details here so that you capture that. Check out the projects that they're already supporting. And Manon, you're going to be back with us very shortly. Okay, thank you so much. Stan and I have also have already briefly mentioned the next project and our next guest, who is Michaela Gluboki, the director of Izolacja Foundation. I believe, I hope Michaela is joining us. Do we have Michaela? Oh, he's joining us. With us. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Welcome.
I hear you really well. There is a little bit of an echo in my room, but I hope it's fine.
Mikola, fantastic. It's great to have you with us here. You are the director of the Izolacja Foundation, a non-profit, non-governmental platform for cultural initiatives, as I mentioned earlier, founded in 2010 in Donetsk. You're here to share with us today first-hand perspectives from Ukraine, but also from the Creative Europe Media project that you have working on with us. Okay, first of all, Mikhailo, can you please tell us what it's like for you on the ground, the situation right now for the Ukrainian creative industry? What's happening?
You know, we have been working to support Ukrainian organizations from the very beginning. But when the war started in 2014, we thought that it also gave a huge push for organizations to become much more active, to invest much time and their effort to develop local initiatives and support different activities. So this time around, with the second invasion of Russian Ukraine, we also see this, that organizations respond and invest even more of the energy to development of creative industry and cultural projects. So you can see this in all fields, I guess, but obviously the most popular and the most successful and the most active ones are Tech, which probably is not the best example here, but then of course architecture, urbanism. There's a lot of going on in terms of reconstruction of Ukraine, plans to rebuild cities and all the facilities destroyed by the war. But it also goes into IT sectors. There is a big push towards innovation, engineering, autonomous systems, and then of course a lot of things going into crafts and fashion. And this is where Ukrainian artists and producers are really active, because there is huge support coming from Ukrainian society. People are engaged in this, they're buying products, and this helps a lot to cultural producers, creative industries, producers, and also to Ukrainian army that benefits through taxes and donations coming from that sector.
So what we see here, and thank you for sharing your perspective with us there, is that this has effectively been a catalyst, but also an enabler for resilience and creativity and for innovation. You mentioned rebuilding. Rebuilding is something that, of course, we're in a conflict time, but there is the ability to rebuild and to continue to recreate, whether we're talking about the architectures, the centers, but also protecting that culture and continuing to create that culture through. Now, the mission of your foundation, Izolacja Foundation, is to effect change in society. Okay, through your cultural projects, can you tell us, give us an example of a project that you've done that's actually affected this change in society?
Yeah, we have been working in different places throughout the history of our organization, and around 4 years ago, we decided to invest our time into cultural decentralization. So we started to work in smaller communities around the country, and we left the Kiev, the capital, because there was a lot of other things going on, not only us. So a good example of our work, I think, is Solidar city, which is a small town built around salt mines. And it's also really interesting because originally it was created by Dutch companies that wanted to develop salt there, and then it became a part of Soviet Union when Soviet occupation started. So in Solidar, we started to develop cultural projects and develop capacity of local actors. And we saw how through this 3 years of our work, they became really active. They started their own project, they started their own organizations, they applied for funding, they got the money, they started to do their own work. So I think it was really interesting and important to see how this change comes to small city, you know, basically in the middle of eastern Ukraine, 50 kilometers away from the front line, and it changed a lot the scenery there. Unfortunately, Solidar is now on occupied territory. It has been totally wiped out by artillery strikes, but people who moved from Solidar, in terms of displaced people in Ukraine, they still work in their communities, they still have NGOs that are supporting refugees, internally displaced people that are providing different services to people that are helping them, and at the same time creating cultural projects. There's a couple of them coming with industrial history of the city, or building their or preservation of their identities through cultural work. So this I think this is really interesting, and I'm really happy that we invested in the development of that initiatives coming from the small city.
Definitely, because I mean, creativity is everywhere out there, we know that, but so often so many of the projects are focused on the major population centers. And yet there is a role for creative, and as you've, the example that you've given us, for creativity and smaller projects in those rural areas, when it comes to the impact and the effect of the creative industries on cultures and society. I think we have to remember that we can also go out to these smaller projects in the rural areas also. Thank you. Now, you've recently launched Zamina Rebuilding. Okay, this is in collaboration with Creative Europe countries, many countries, and in cooperation with Trans-Europe Hellas in Sweden and Malibelen in Slovakia. Can you tell us, please, what is the focus, the purpose of Zamina Rebuilding, and what does this international collaboration mean for Ukrainian artists, but also for Ukrainian society?
So Zamina is a continuous project that we have been implementing from 2014 to build the capacity of Ukrainian organizations to work with new conditions, and also to start their own work activities. So last year we actually was supposed to program Solidar to support artists from all over Ukraine and abroad to come to Solidar and build their own cultural programs together with local people. Unfortunately, because of the invasion, we couldn't do this, so we redirected this money to support organizations in Ukraine in their own programming. And fortunately, thanks to Creative Europe and the European Commission, we're able to continue this work this year and next year with two really significant topics. One of them is to support the work of Ukrainian organizations and keep them on the float, and also support their really interesting and really creative projects. And secondly, to represent their capacity in other Creative Europe countries. It's really important to highlight this, that organizations are really capable. You know, they survive through really their circumstances, and they are building amazing projects with really scarce resources. So I think this is really interesting experience that they have, and the work with local communities, with internally displaced people, integration of people coming from different regions to other regions is a key that can be used with organizations from other countries. And this is something that we want to do. We want Ukrainian cultural actors to come to other Creative Europe countries and show what they can do to promote cooperation between the countries, and also to build the confidence in stakeholders of those countries to continue cooperation with Ukrainian cultural organizations.
Definitely, because what this is about, this is not about aid into Ukraine. This is about creating what you've just described through seminar rebuilding also, these partnerships, these long-term, robust forms of creativity that we can share and we can bridge across the boundaries. Please, go ahead. Hello.
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to add that in frames of the project, we don't want to see this as a charity, it's not a project just to show your support to Ukrainian artists or Ukrainian organizations. It's not the project that we want organizations to put pictures of destroyed cities on the walls and say, look how sad the situation is. But instead, we want you to meet Ukrainian players and see what you can do together, how you can benefit from their experience, what you can take in your local community from them and build new, strong programs together.
So how can we do that? How can we build, and what have you learned through this experience so far, how can we build more resilient creative industry and societal projects and partnerships with Ukraine, for Europe? What do we need?
Well, first of all, I think important question for the audience today is how many initiatives do you know? How many organizations you know? And if you know anyone, you can raise your hand and maybe I will learn about that.
Okay, Mikola, you can see, I'm not sure if you can see, raise your hands, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 6, 7, 8, definitely.
Oh, this is not that bad. This is really good. So, of course, we want you to come together and to come up with great projects about rebuilding that will benefit from both capacities of your organizations. And if you don't know about any other organizations, but you have plans or you have a need to do something, you can join our matchmaking sessions where we will introduce you to other Ukrainian players so you can also build something together. I think it's the first step to know each other, to build trust, to think about mutual projects, and then the whole story will unravel.
The framework is in place with Zmina Rebuilding, and you've already got projects happening, and we have a pipeline for you in the room here for more projects. That's fantastic. What needs to happen now? Okay, there's funding, there's support, there's the framework that we just talked about. What is working well? What can we double down on? And what would be your recommendations to enable us to go further, faster to the European stakeholders?
I think what is the most interesting thing in this program, and also this Creative Europe call funds not only our initiative, but there is also Cultural Helps. It's not a program that supports work with refugees and internally displaced people from Ukraine and other countries through means of creativities. So what works really well in this program is that it's being implemented by the people on the ground, people from Ukraine who know the situation, who know all of other organizations, who have a big network of partners who can spread the word, who can find other organizations to work with. So I think it's really important that it's not being implemented from, central office somewhere in the middle of Europe, but it's actually made by people from Ukraine, in Ukraine, and with knowledge of the country. And I think this is really a beautiful model that can be developed further, so that next programs, they would be implemented by other Ukrainian consortia, and this would be much more productive and really will go deep into the field, into smaller organizations, into smaller cities, and will be much more effective.
Mikola, I want to thank you so much for taking time and joining us here today, for sharing your perspectives from the ground in Ukraine. I hope that it's given you some thoughts and ideas, for sharing also the framework that you've built and that you've put into place, for demonstrating that, in fact, as you say, some of those projects that are founded from Ukraine but built up across Europe with Creative Europe. There's some great things in the pipeline, and hopefully we've produced more pipeline in the room with you here today, so reach out to Mikola. Mikola, I very much look forward to visiting your foundation when you return to your home base. Okay, so I look forward to joining you there at some point in time in the future, in the near future, I hope. Thank you for being here with us today. Make sure you reach out to Mikola. Thank you.
It was a pleasure.
So from the Ukrainian perspective, we're a little bit going to dive deep into what have we learned from the fund's perspective within those 631 days. And we have here, I guess, the perfect combination, representative of a private fund, as well as the public fund Manon was presenting before. Eric Holland is the CEO founder of Team Filmhouse. It's a production company as well as a financing company based in Berlin and Kiev. And I think you have a very, very interesting statement, what you have made publicly. We are artists, filmmakers, humans. Eric, you are not originally, I understand, from Germany nor Ukraine.
Correct.
And you have created this unique platform that supports Ukrainian filmmakers. How and why?
Yeah, I mean, so we started the company, the production company in Kyiv as a direct response to the war. I was living in Berlin at the time with my family, and the invasion started, and it was terrible and really affected me in this way. And long story short, I met some film industry people that came from Ukraine as refugees to Berlin, learned about kind of what was going on there, and realized that this is how I could help, like with my history, both with starting companies and in the film business. And so myself and 4 Ukrainians and someone from Sweden, we started a company in Kyiv.
And it's about post-production, production, and financing as well.
Yeah, so the financing has been the hardest part, but now we're starting to get some traction on the private side and starting to build. And we're actually, Estonia has been quite a great partner, Invest Estonia, and connecting us with private investors and our co-producer in Estonia. So we really have been working as Estonia being one of the big models for how private investing can benefit film projects.
So what is really remarkable about Team Filmhouse is that you already have a slate of projects. And we understand that the development and production in Europe is, I guess, relatively slow. But time in Ukraine moves very fast. And you have an extraordinary range of projects, from documentaries from Antarctica to films about some of the most cherished Ukrainian photographers and so forth, and it's almost a range of items. How that slate has come apart, and how have you been able to work such at extraordinary speed?
Yeah, I mean, it was basically like our first goal was to collect up as many projects that were in process in Ukraine and had funding before from the government system, but then all that just got cut, and so they were like in production or whatever. So we tried to round them up and finish the ones we could. And so we finished 3 features already, We have 3 or 4 in post-production right now. And then we've been, a year and a half almost, and now we're starting to, we're developing projects from scratch now.
How long do you see that this will go on?
Which part? The supporting thing? I mean, we're in it for the long haul. Like we're building a production company in Ukraine to, once the war is won by Ukraine and the rebuilding starts, that our goal is to have it be a production company that can stand alongside Berlin and London and work on international projects and Ukrainian projects.
So, besides of doing that 7+ features in such a feature-length films in such a short amount of time, we've also launched a social impact movement, worked on in Ukraine. What it is?
Yeah, so I mean, basically our workflow is not only to support Ukrainian filmmakers, it's to support talents in the Ukrainian film industry. And so our workflow from the beginning was to work on Ukrainian projects and hire Ukrainians to work on those projects. And as that expanded out, we had a German-Ukrainian co-production, we have a Polish-Ukrainian co-production, but we kept that workflow. So even if they're refugees in Germany or in Poland that are registered and can work as a local spend in those countries, we would hire Ukrainians to work on those projects. I mean, that's kind of our system, and we're working to build that and make that strong. Like for instance, in Germany, we're partnered with Crew United and Filmmakers for Ukraine that helps us with that, and we provide a webinar series that we just started with immigration, like a German immigration lawyer who can talk about their visas and things like that, and a German tax consultant.
So it's really kind of opening up the ecosystem and trying to keep the industry working even despite of displacement.
Yes. Yeah.
It's also open for anyone else to join, I understand.
Yes.
What do we need to do to join, and how the certification works?
For the Worked on Ukraine section, I mean, just contact us, and we're basically a group of passionate people who are doing what we can and trying to move it in a direction that can generate income for the industry and support the industry. So just reach out and let us know what you're doing and what you're working on, and we'll see how we can support or how we can cooperate.
So both of you are managing funds and support measures. Let's talk very candidly. What do you see as the largest challenges? And let's not talk about money, because money is always a challenge. But you made extraordinary effort. What do you see? What is challenging you?
Well, money, but you said not to mention it. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
So yeah, the fund was implemented to fill the gap of financing, of course. So maybe the next step would be to make more strong collaboration. I mean, of course, the fund aims to support co-production, and in some cases, it's projects that were launched by Ukrainian filmmakers, but Ukrainian co-producers and some of the European producers just get on board to support the project and to find the finances. But maybe in the coming years there will be more artistical collaboration between Ukrainians and Europeans.
Anon, you're very polite.
Yeah?
Yes. Well, I look at the criteria of the fund, and you have there a funding completion requirement,
Yeah?
and you have there an artistic collaboration requirement. I mean, can those requirements be met? Because we understand that the situation on site is very, very turbulent, and in many ways we can set the hypothesis that finding investments for funding criteria from Ukraine might be a task impossible.
I will let you answer that one.
I wouldn't say it's a task impossible. I mean, one of the first projects that we finished, we were lucky enough to get funding from SFUV. And it's amazing the resiliency that is still happening in Ukraine in the filmmaking, and they're pumping them out and they're completing it. I would say some challenges are the workflow differences and the legal differences between Ukraine.
Can you give us some examples, please?
I mean, like the contracts. I mean, they're just structured completely different. And I mean, first of all, they're in Ukrainian, or they'll be split Ukrainian and English. And the terms, the basic terms, are just slightly different, but it's enough difference where you really have to drill down and talk about what's expected at each delivery point and the monies. And yeah, it's been a big learning curve.
So the key point here, we understand that the Ukrainian and European partnership, if it will continue, we definitely need to come on a table and talk about standardization on the processes. Yes,
workflow and standardization would help quickly make those two worlds come together.
What else?
There's the media handling. So then we can start talking about just the stress that the people are under. Even the refugees. It's a lot. It's a lot to try to find work. It's a lot to work on projects, and be not living in your own country. And so I think there's a lot of support that the European countries who have taken in refugees can continue to do and expand to support. Not just the people in film, but just support them to have the capability to think artistically and creatively.
Manon, what have you learned?
I think I share your point of view on what you just said about standardization. There are not a lot of co-production with Ukraine from before, so
there's no precedent.
Yes, it's an ongoing process. It's been a few years already that there is a new generation of Ukrainian filmmakers, documentary filmmakers that were filming the Revolution of Dignity. So they did documentaries, and now they are really working on a fiction project, aesthetically really strong. And they tend to find co-producers more and more, but it's only been 10 years or something like that. So they are used to work just in between. Ukrainian producers, they co-produce within each other, but they don't work a lot with foreign co-producers. So they don't, the contracts are really different. And they also joined the European Convention quite soon. They joined Eurimage also a few years ago, so they're working on new things, and it's a lot to handle.
But to Eric's point, Manon, when we were talking about this session, you communicated to me that against all of odds, the industry is working and operating. That people would like to go to theaters, would like to see their content on VOD, and there is a desire to actually actively continue the operations in the industry.
Yes, of course. Yeah. What could I add about that?
So if you look into the future, we talk about the aspect of standardization. We talked about the money, the requirement of actually having more co-producers going in, because we don't have precedents and we need to establish, and hopefully we need to do case studies and publish them out in the market as well. What would be your asks, or what would be your wishes if you look at the global ecosystem? We have here today with us national film fund managers, we have the policymakers and ecosystem organizations. Money is complicated, but there are other things that can be solved and can be asked for and thought of.
Yeah, it's such a tough question. I think, just to, keep on maybe the standardization thing of how it's education and standardization of like how Ukrainian filmmakers can get in contact with funds through co-producers or not through co-producers. I mean, the SFIF is amazing because it's really the only fund that doesn't require a regional spend. And so, you know, you can get German funding, you can get these other countries funding, but the regional spend requirements are like sometimes 100, 200%. So you have to spend $2 for every dollar they give you. And so it's really hard to get a Ukrainian project into that system if it needs to be shot in Ukraine or finished in Ukraine.
So the other point of consider your requirements for regional spend when you're engaging with
this. You know, like maybe like a lower ratio if it is a Ukrainian centered project, or you know, just some other way to spend the money.
Manon?
Yes, I totally agree. I mean, we support Ukrainian filmmakers, and they want to do their own films in their own country. So I think it's important they can do the spending there, and. Of course, and about standardization also, I think at some point they will have to implement EU laws also, so it will ease the process with the communication between the co-producers, because they will speak on the same terms and on the same level.
Finally, you both are looking for projects.
Of course.
Eric, your project's criteria.
I mean, there's no like set in stone, you know, it's kind of just, I mean, we try to look at as many projects as we can. We have a pretty big slate right now, but we're looking ahead till next year. You know, we're reading scripts. I mean, the support has been great too. So like we have like Ukrainian writers who are reading scripts for us, giving us notes. And, you know, I just reach out and we'll see what we can do.
And Manon's fun criteria, if you didn't take a picture...
I don't manage the criteria.
Go look them up again.
Yeah. As I said before, we are supporting all kinds of feature films. We are currently working on the renewal of the fund because it was implemented for 1 year. So we launched 2 call for projects last year, and we are working with the members of the EFAD association I told you about before to renew the fund. So maybe the award criteria will evolve, but we are still working on it. And so, but I think I won't speak for the Ukrainian producers, but I think they were quite okay with the award criteria we implemented, and we are improving with a lot of talk with them every day.
Manon, Eric, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Stan.
Before we start our next presentation, I'd like to tell you a story. Who was here last year?
We should have been.
I don't know, maybe not all, but you might have remembered an extraordinary visual. Last year we talked here about virtual production, and a dear friend, Maciek, the night before the European Film Forum, sent me an email. And I thought, you know, I guess you're a very big fan of technology.
I play with some toys, yes.
Yes. And to be very honest, I thought he was going to show some of the virtual production tools and car rigs and etc. But the email was something completely different. And it was a message, and it was a message from Ukraine. It was a message from an artist called Artem Ivanenko. And he had accompanied this message with a picture of a scanned Russian armored vehicle, done with the latest immersive technologies. And I remember, and if you remember, there was a kind of a gush of wind in this audience. We all understood. Some month later, Artem sent a new message and said, I would like to turn this experience into an artistic project, and it's my dream to bring it to Cannes. And I guess that started a process of murals, which is an extraordinary collaboration between Poland, Estonia, Ukraine, Spain, and United States, bringing together documentary filmmaking, solidarity, technology, and so forth. And what can we learn from that case study and what this project is about? Kristen, I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you so much, Sten. Thank you for setting this up. And the story, I think, what we've been looking at over the course of the last hour are different stories, different examples of how quickly things can come together. And what we have here with murals is a presentation. I'm going to hand the floor over to you both very quickly. We have Radka Bartes, producer and managing director of ATM Virtual with us. Hello. And Maciej Samojcin, creative technologist. He plays with the toys from Pixel Race. And you're going to just walk us through what's happened or so in the last year since you were here. And I'm going to interrupt their presentation with questions as we go. If you have questions, also raise your hands. Let's make this interactive. Okay. So the idea came about a year ago. You've been on this kind of whirlwind since then. You debuted at Cannes in May. Since then, you've been through Berlin, the UK, Geneva, picked up awards. I know you're going to tell us about that on the way. You're back here now at Black Nights. Let me hand the floor over to you both and tell us how you've been using technology as a cinematic tool and all about the murals experience, please. Over to you both.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting us again here after a year. Thank you, Stan, for this short introduction. Because it's been a journey really throughout this year, and this title is not a coincidence. So playing with the toys is one thing, and sending a message with the toys and sending a serious, meaningful message and a meaningful project is another thing, is the reality. And we'll take it from here, yes? So I just have to... This is our team. And this is the team that came together. So it's from Ukraine, Poland, US, Spain, and Estonia. So there are pretty couple of countries in this. And we managed to put everyone together in like not even 1 month and then 2 months work, yes?
I think how it started from Artem and yourself. We attached the directors from United States, Alex Topoler and Daniel Shapiro, in February. I did check it. It was actually February 24th. So if you can put another slide.
Hang on, just before you go, I have questions. I'm going to interrupt. Okay. Putting together a cross-border team like this and working across borders, that's not easy. That takes time. You did it in a month. What was the driving force? What was the motivation that actually enabled you to bring everyone together?
So the connection between us, like how we met each other and how we knew each other, we did work on commercial projects before. Like if you see the next slide, this is work of directors. It's a very commercially focused, strongly visual. They work on, they're Grammy Award winners. They worked with Alicia Keys, Michael Jackson, the Beatles, music videos. They actually premiered their first sci-fi feature this year. So this is like completely different world than the one we're presenting in murals. Ourselves, we run virtual production studio in Warsaw. And myself, I'm a film producer, just as Maciej, and we're applying virtual production to the films like this, which are also commercially driven. And also, what we had in common was when the war started, since we've been working together before, everyone, just like I'm sure all of you, we were doing whatever we can do to help Ukraine, while Alex and Dan, in a very fast way, they collected like $1 million with their program Ukraine Express to bring the humanitarian aid, like cars and the medical and food to Ukraine. They did, which you can see here in LA, Paper Planes, which was the program to support Ukrainian artists.
There is a Instagram channel, Paper Planes, which you can follow.
Yeah, and ourselves also, we've been involved with, maybe next slide, we've been involved with like doing like things like, bringing the food to the border, bringing food to Ukraine. I was myself previously from 2014 working in Ukraine in a war zone, so we had a strong connection, and when this happened, we decided like to join one team and speak with art.
So the team was there, just working on something else, and it's good you said the project came to us in a way, yes. So we just all felt the need to do that. So that's the slide with almost all the places where the project traveled throughout this year, starting from Cannes.
So we started the real work in February, and we delivered a project to Cannes, which is in May, so it's been like 4 months.
Yes, and you have to keep in mind, like 3 weeks before Cannes, you have to just keep building it. You cannot keep finishing your project, yes?
Hang on just 1 second. Can we zoom into this timeline? Because there are many things that make this project stand out, okay? But the timeline for me is, no, the team, we've talked about the timeline also is that. So from the ideas in February to May, can you just sort of zoom in and give us an idea of that timeline?
So I cannot exactly zoom in because it would be like this, yes? Because we've done whatever we could to make this project happen. But it was like very fast process. So we started from the scans of tanks that Artem has done right after him coming in the first group to Irpin, to his hometown. And the next, if we want to structure it in a way, we were on a way to find a language, yes, because like he sent me the scans. He asked me, okay, what do we do with the scans? And I said, like, okay, nothing. I don't know. Yes, so like, okay, thanks. Yes, I know it's and in fact here we are coming to something. What is the foundation of this project is the authenticity, because how do you differentiate between the authentic, scanned, destroyed Russian tank and the tank which is, I'm sorry, in a computer game or in an action movie? Like, you don't see any difference. And I think this is where the foundation of this project starts, because it starts on authenticity. So these scans which you see in the project are not manipulated, are just scanned one-to-one. And we decided we are just playing with camera movement, light, sound, and we are not changing the scanners. So whatever you see in the project is like one-to-one. It's authentic, it's true, it's scanned, there is no manipulation in this, yes? And this is how, that's the beginning.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So going back to the question, obviously financing was a very hard thing to do in such a short period of time. But Polish Film Institute, they started a special program. I think they were first in Europe to start a program to support Ukrainian artists and Ukrainian subjects. So we were able to use this fund. It was you did not have to wait for the session. They were open like all the year. Whenever they found good project, they would help with it. So this would led us to the finalizing it.
Yeah, we can play like a small teaser, which will a little bit let you see what we're talking about. This will allow you to visualize a little bit. This teaser we shot in our studio before Cannes.
дня. Заняття вже закінчилися? Можу забрати Марічку додому?
Так, а вже ж. Вона сьогодні закінчила заняття.
Марічка, сонечко, йдемо зі мною. Так, додому. Вже йдемо додому.
Mashi, can I ask, why did you choose this format? 3D, immersive, XR, to share these scans, these images?
You know, when we were thinking about how to send this message, because it's all about the message, it's all about what Radka said, you know, putting this team together around common goal. We were exploring different innovative media because we knew, okay, we're going to be in Cannes, it's a festival, it's, you know, French Riviera, everyone is in different mood, yes? And we want to somehow grab the senses of the people and transport them to the situation in Ukraine, yes? So that's why we have and in Cannes this was like a big screen, kind of front row feeling, yes, cinema front row feeling. This is what we wanted to do. We wanted to, like, I would say, do a teleportation to Ukraine, yes. So they are completely immersed in this, and seriously, this is in Cannes. In fact, we discovered, we didn't know how powerful it is. But we really discovered when people started out going from the projection crying and telling about this, their feelings, then we realized that immersive media in many cases is maybe not the most, it's not quantity, but it's quality. So you can, in our private cinema, you could fit like 8, maybe 10 people maximum. In one go, but the people were really impacted by the message.
Quick show of hands, how many of you have actually seen murals? Okay, we've got a few. For everyone who hasn't, you're going to have an opportunity to do so. You actually picked up the Audience Award for Best Art and XR at the London Film Festival. And I think that goes to show what the format that you've chosen here, that it has in terms of that teleportation and portraying the message. I'm going to let you go on with your slides, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that right now we also created a cinematic format, which I believe we will see on Saturday here, and VR format, which is it's just the different tools. You can see the project and
Okay, just to show you a couple of slides. This is in fact Artem Ivanenko. We're not going to play the whole video which we played last year. We can show you a little bit.
Зараз у нас блокаут після останніх обстрілів ракетами нашої інфраструктури. Тому я з ліхтариком записую це відео. Мене звати Артем Іваненко. Я мешканець маленького прикиївського міста Ірпінь. Цього маленького міста, яке вже зараз прозвучало на весь світ. Це маленьке місто, яке одним із перших зустріло волну загарбників Російської Федерації. 5 березня ця техніка, яку ви бачите, зайшла до нас во двір. З 1 по 4 поверх розселилися російські солдати. Ми завчасно встигли евакуюватися, але, на жаль, не всі. 7 квітня ми повернулися додому маленькою волонтерською групою для охорони нашого будинку та й побачили цю техніку вже спаленою, розбитою нашими солдатами. У той час в мене народилась ідея посканувати всі руйнування по нашому місту та проїхатись по самим гарячим точкам, де були російські загарбники.
So this is where it started. Yes, this was the initial idea of Artem, and we took it from there with all the international crew to send it forward. This message. Yes, these are the pictures from made by Artem when he arrived home. This is his neighbor's building, his neighbor's apartment. Some of these pictures are from his apartments. The left tank is one of the tanks he scanned initially, and that's again the information, you know, like about the authenticity and where it comes from and why we didn't change anything in the scans. We just decided to show it as they are. Yes, these are the initial scans, which you see here. But there is a question, not for this discussion, of course, but there is a question which we like to ask every time. About the authenticity in the digital world, yes, and about how to underline and how to work with authenticity in the digital world, yes. This is a little bit of a process of scanning, because this was also about you know, how we got from tanks to murals. This was Radka's idea, in fact, because as I told you, that tanks were somehow not understandable. And then Radka came to idea about scanning the Banksies, because it was kind of a language, kind of a exhibition, of course, in the whole project is inspired by Banksy. It's 1% Banksy, 99% of Ukraine story. But this was kind of a language to connect with the international audience. Yes, these are the models which were generated from the scans. What am I missing?
What I see here is that what you have effectively done is not only captured art and culture for preservation in situ, but you're also creating, through the authenticity of your scans, a forensic record of what's going on there at the same time.
Yeah, in fact, this how it started. We done a proof of concept of scanning Auschwitz-Birkenau memorial. And because this project, I skip now the why here, but we actually done it after 1 year talking with the memorial. We've done a proof of concept of scanning, and this here you see the memorial already in Unreal Engine, also in an untouched way. Yes. And after we got in touch with Steven Spielberg's Shoah Foundation, and we've done with them an initial project. We've just finished this project, which is about authenticity in the digital world and about preserving the proofs of Russian crimes in Ukraine, and about creating the technology. They actually created like some part of it. We've done the, let's say, the visual part and some part of the technological part of the project. And it's a technology and an application how to preserve and somehow secure the data from a crime site, and how we can do it even on a mobile phone in a way that the data is secure and it's a proof in court if it comes to this. Yes.
So what we see coming out of this project is not just amazing creative innovation, technological innovation, but there's also, as I mentioned, this record and a forensic, a true data record that we can use. I want to just dive in very quickly. We're getting close to the end of our time, and I have about 100 questions for you. I
just showed, this is like a bunker on the right side. What you see, it's a bunker from in Kiev in a kindergarten, and the right is a part of the proof of concept from ruins in Borodyanka, yes.
So pushing boundaries
part of the project.
in beyond creative industries and film. What do you believe that we can share with everyone who's in the room and also viewing this live or on video? What are the learnings that we can take away from your experience over the course of the last year? What are the practical techniques, strategies that you've used in making murals that we can share for other projects working with Ukraine and across Europe?
Okay, so we didn't have like a very strong strategy, I guess. I would just say, if you want to do it, just do it. I think right now there's as you just raised hands on the previous panel, there's lots of ways to work with Ukraine, and you can always gather yourself and find the right way to do it. But we cannot abandon this country, especially now, you know, because there's lots of going on in the world, but this is still going on, and we cannot forget about it. So.
Indeed, with 631 days in, you've heard that number a number of times already in this afternoon. We're rapidly approaching the 2-year mark. February the 24th, 2024, what do you want to have happen?
Yeah, we would love murals to be shown all over the world. We have quite a few invitations, but we think if you know in your own country some good place to show it, you know, some museum, national museums, galleries, festivals, cinemas, please contact us, because we just want this project to be seen everywhere. So.
On the 24th of,
on the 24th of
February
so
next year, just to show it is in as many places as possible. So if you if you want and can be part of it, it would be great. Please contact us if you want to be part of the project. We are really happy to have you in our murals team.
Grab your phones, people, and take a photo of this slide. More recent geopolitical events are taking center stage right now. We must remain committed to supporting Ukrainian creative industries and creating cross-border collaborations, not only to support Ukrainian, but also to support European creativity and culture and innovation. Thank you very much, Radka Menshev, for joining us. Make sure you reach out to them and check out the film and find ways in which you can ensure that Murals is played in your country on the 24th of February next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sten, thank you.
Kristen, what did we learn? What were the kind of 3 key takeaways that you learned from this?
What I have seen and experienced over the last 631 days, but also I hope that we've shared with you during this session, is that there is still a lot going on. There are continuing and ongoing opportunities for collaboration and innovation to break boundaries when it comes to team building, financing, timelines, technologies. There is an awful lot of creativity going on, and we need to be tapping into it, and I hope we've given you some opportunities to tap into that.
So for me, I guess the number one is that I think we're still in the beginning. We'd like to say that we are on the finish line. We just maybe ran the first 50 or 100 meters. And we have, what I think is really great, is that we have extraordinary help from the National Film Funds through the form of ECUF. As we see, we have Team Filmhouse, which is a very inspirational case for other post-production companies, not only thinking about the content itself, but actually thinking about the talent. We have a community-based certification system that can actually go and nurture that talent. And what I also really find very interesting, what Eric pointed out, was that it's not really only about film, but it's also about thinking structurally, thinking about who are our colleagues in this global European continental industry. And we have to think about other elements rather than production. I think we have a long way to go in terms of standardization, and that can come both at the European level, but that standardization actually also can be institutional or even industry level. Which I think is a question that we can all start solving right now.
Definitely.
And I think, personally for me, regarding murals, I think there are several things in the project which are very interesting. I think that we are about to see, and we're seeing that extraordinary experiences can come out of Europe, and not necessarily from any other places, or the big players who sometimes are our competitors. If you really want to go for productions, then time is not really an issue, in a sense that less than a year, an extraordinary project was born, and extraordinary stakeholders can come around that mission.
This is the key takeaway for me here is also that in a short space of time, we have managed to build some very strong foundations for long-term support for support and resilience for the Ukrainian and also the European.
And one more thing,
industry.
it really doesn't only need to be about the centers. It can be also really about these centers, as Mikhailo said.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Stan.
Thank you so
Thanks
much.
to
We're
everyone.
going to see you in 1 hour to talk about Krait. Krait is an Estonian being that you give 3 drops of blood and then it starts doing things for you. The film industry has given 3 drops of blood, or we can escape giving those 3 drops of blood. We're going to see at 3 p.m. CET for Estonia time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great. Welcome back to the Industry Innovation Forum. My name is Sten Salver. I'm the curator of the Industry Innovation Forum. And the whole afternoon here, we are going to talk about the Krait in the closet, artificial intelligence. For those who don't know, Krait is an Estonian mythological being. It's usually made out of tools and wires and all kinds of components. And if you give 3 drops of blood to Krait, he will go and start doing work for you. What we've definitely seen in the past 6 months is that all those new tools made out of everywhere, if not harvesting our 3 drops of blood, then certainly our data, are coming out from doors and windows, and we really see that there is some type of a fragile balance going on. There's tremendous upsides, but there is also quite big issues that we need to solve out. And about the impact of AI to the European film industry on various perspectives, from producers, from skill trainers, from platform developers, from VFX supervisors, and that's where we're going to hear about today. Before we start, I'd actually like to invite my co-moderator,
Hi.
Kristen.
Hi, I'm Kristen. Thanks, Dan.
Well, when we were planning for this session, we see that there's a lot of fear.
Definitely.
Around those new tools in an industry. What are the 3 key things when you think about AI and creativity and Europe that come to your mind?
Well, first of all, I think the fear that you've raised is something that's tangible out there. We've all got it. Fear can be something that can cause us to close up, but can also be an amazing catalyzer. And what we've seen, I think, most recently is some frameworks that are starting to come together that enable us to move from fear into areas in which where we can start to maybe move into more progress and start to play with these tools in a different way. So I think that's sort of where we've come maybe in the last couple of months, and I'm hoping we're going to continue to progress in.
What else?
I'm also seeing, of course, amazing creativity going on using these tools. Quick, let's keep this really interactive, Sten. Should we create some interactivity? Sure. Okay, go for it.
No, do you want to give me a couple of my points, and then we'll see the reaction? Okay, who has read the Sequoia report? Okay, not too many. So famous Silicon Valley company, Sequoia, about a year ago in September published a report which was, hey, this is our roadmap for artificial intelligence and creativity. What they predicted was that in 2023 we are just going to see some very rough drafts of audio and video and maybe some images and etc. And the prognosis roughly was that by 2030 we'll see some tangible results. Well, Sequoia in September released their second report, and you all know that Silicon Valley investors are always very optimistic. Well, they said, oh, sorry, we're wrong. We're moving much more faster. So what have we seen in the 6 months? 3 films in Venice, one of them in official program, Harmony Korine's Agrodrift. A first European feature film produced with synthetic media, and we're going to hear a little bit about that feature film as well, hopefully premiering next year in production. Mm-hmm. First AI film festivals across the globe, including San Francisco, New York, and soon to be in Europe as well. And the tool landscape is extremely congested. What we actually found out that yesterday night when we were preparing for a panel, one of our friends and colleagues who was in an industry, their company actually have cloned Edith Piaf's voice for the upcoming production.
She's going to be narrating her own biopic.
So what we definitely see here is we are not moving, if not by weeks, we are moving by minutes and seconds. And how do we really cope with that? Mm-hmm. Back to you.
So I just want to, as I said, we want to keep this interactive, and I want to take a quick gauge of the audience to see how prolific AI is within this room and within our lives. Okay. So I want raising hands here if you've ever used tools like Waze or Shazam or Google Assistant or anything like this. Quick show of hands if you've, yeah. Okay, so pretty much everyone is in here. ChatGPT, Stable Diffusion, DALL-E Bot. Okay. All right. We've actually been using AI tools in our daily lives for years now. Okay, we don't even think about it. And as our level of fear has come down quite a bit here. Quick show of hands, how many of you are using it on a daily basis in your work? maybe 5, 6 hands in the audience here, okay? The speed that you mentioned, Sten, is something that we've all experienced. I want to pull a quote from John Chambers. He's the former Cisco CEO, and he's one of those people who has a sort of knack for being able to feel out and tell and predict the future. This is what he said just recently. Small companies and organizations not already using AI are going to disappear quickly. The larger companies that are out there that are not already embracing it will face a slower, more painful decline.
And to the point also, Ethan Mallock, who's a very well-known HR and a global workforce scientist, have just put out the report with Wharton in September, and what they've shown with large-scale and scientifically validated studies that if you are on top of your profession, and I hope we can touch skills as well, you have very little to gain from this krat. He's going to run around, he's not going to take your blood, and yeah, maybe we'll just be a good housekeeper. Well, if you're not at the peak of your performance and your skill, it almost doubles your ability to do work. As Roman Coppola, a filmmaker that I know very well, said, it feels like I had 100 production assistants at any time with me to brainstorm with me for new ideas.
So we've acknowledged the fact that there are fear and concerns, okay? And they're valid. It's normal. We're going through such rapid change. What we want to do during the next couple of hours, and the guests that we have, is to address some of those, to talk about them, to create a dialogue, but also to see and share with you some of the practical, pragmatic advice that we have from people that are using this on a day-to-day basis in film, in content, and across the gaming industries. And so that hopefully more of you can be thinking about raising your hands at the end of this session, seeing how you can actually implement and adopt AI in a safe, productive way on a day-to-day basis in your professional life, just as you are currently doing in your personal lives.
I'm really proud about 2 aspects. The first aspect for today is that we managed to gather a set of extraordinary speakers who are really on the forefront of this evolution or revolution, if you may. A lot of them will be joining us online, either by having COVID, which is still among us, be safe. And it's actually rather difficult to get those top-level executives, either from Los Angeles, from Warsaw or CD Projekt Red, to join us in person, hopefully next year. But the content is going to be extraordinary. But of course, the industry forum, which has been such an integral part of the Tallinn's DNA, and I think the whole conversation in Europe about new technology, couldn't take place with the generous partnership of Creative Europe Media Program, which is, besides its traditional venues, also supporting extraordinary innovation. And to have for opening words, Maciek Szymanowicz. Please.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Stan, thank you, Christine, for introduction. Maciek Szymanowicz, European Commission. It's indeed the 9th time we are cooperating with Black Nights Film Festival, with the industry at Tallinn, with Stan at the Industry Innovation Program. And it's always a pleasure for us to be here, to listen to the industry, to follow the newest trends, and to think how this could help us to adapt our policies and our support programs, because actually this is what we do in Brussels. In a nutshell, we are developing policies and we are promoting support programs. So let me start with the first element. I see here we are going to discuss film and gaming and industry approach to the generative artificial intelligence. So let's focus on this a little bit. This topic for sure attracted a lot of attention, so a lot of visionaries were discussing this. Hardly in Brussels any single day went without discussing actually the artificial intelligence and where this brings us. And of course, as colleagues mentioned here on the stage, it brings a lot of opportunities, but we are also very much humble in our approach to the artificial intelligence, because we are not able to grasp all the potential uses and the scope that the development and common use of artificial intelligence can bring to our citizens and our industry. Of course, this presents many opportunities, and we have to follow those opportunities very closely. But we also limit possible negative consequences. And actually, this is the reasoning behind the Artificial Intelligence Act, which, as you probably know, is being now discussed in Brussels and is quite close to the before the adaptation. So we want to make sure that we put the frontiers at the place where it should be, and that the development of the AI is ethical. And I think this ethical element will be discussed here today. The second element of this conference today is transmedia and intellectual property. We clearly see the rise of transmedia intellectual property. This has been actually a time for this. We see the more and more convergence in the sector ongoing. And actually the European Commission has taken a keen interest in this element. And actually in the intellectual property retention in general. We have published recently, actually in May this year in Cannes, a report which is called Media Industry Outlook Report, which analyzes the audiovisual market in Europe and the trends which are upcoming. And I personally invite you to consult this. It's a living document. We are going to publish the second edition of this in 2025. So if you have any tips for us, what should we look into, which data we should gather, we are open to listen to us. And I mentioned also the growing convergence ongoing in the audiovisual sector. We can see this, the interaction between the gaming industry, the film and television industry, and to a certain extent also the links to the virtual production and virtual worlds. So this is in short one of the ambitions of AI Act and also Virtual Worlds Initiative, because we cannot leave such developments only in the hands of the big tech platforms alone. And probably another element to be kept in mind when we are discussing those elements is the connectivity and infrastructure sector. Because without well-functioning connectivity, we will be not able to fully grasp the potential of these innovative technologies. Actually, media and audiovisual professionals can contribute to this discussion as we are constantly developing our vision of the future connectivity networks. So what we want to make is to work with us, to listen to you with such dynamic times to really be ready both on the hands of possible financing that the EU can bring, but also on the political development level. And maybe last element, which is not directly linked to this session, but we had a very interesting Ukrainian-focused discussion, which ended 1 hour ago. Rebuilding the audiovisual sector in the Ukraine is very much the focus of our attention. And I think this is a very big news that now with this recent political development, Ukraine on the accession path to the EU, we are starting the process to grant the Ukraine the full access to the Creative Europe media program. We hope that this negotiation will go fast and we will see Ukraine joining Creative Europe already in 2025 work program. And with this final word, thank you very much and over to our hosts.
Thank you, Maciej. All right, I guess it's time to get going. How many of you have seen the Wes Anderson Star Wars clip? Okay, go to YouTube, put Wes Anderson Star Wars. You're going to find an extraordinary clip which looks like Wes Anderson had directed Star Wars. The short film is called The Galactic Menagerie. This film, and of course, features Wes Anderson's regular cast, from Bill Murray to everyone else. I see people picking up their phones right now. Well, this video clip started circulating, I think, straight after Cannes in June, July, in the internet. And when I saw this video clip, I was extremely fascinated. Because I understood that this clip most likely had been generated with AI, and I was really dumbfounded of thinking, who are those people who have generated this clip, and how fast the technology has gone so far? Well, after a little bit research, I found out that it wasn't the one person, but it was two persons, a couple. And besides generating those extraordinary clips, they actually, in July, launched the world's first academy for filmmakers of learning AI tools. They are Caleb and Shelby Ward from Curious Refuge. This program has been available from July. It's been extraordinarily oversubscribed. But it's really fascinating to see that in that course, we are all in the beginning of a marathon. In my particular course, it was me, the former virtual production supervisor of Netflix, and then some of the people who were making their first films. We started exactly from the same position. Unfortunately, Caleb and Shelby are traveling right now, but they have prepared us a keynote which talks what Curious Refuge is, how they're revolutionizing film education, and what is exactly happening at the tool landscape. So let's call it for Caleb and Shelby.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having us. We are Caleb and Shelby, the co-founders of Curious Refuge, the world's first online home for AI filmmakers. So, of course, we had to say hello with this six-finger hand, because that is the just most well-known trope right now when it comes to AI content. So here's a bit of our agenda of what we'll cover with you guys today. I won't read through all of it, but look forward to sharing with you. So first, what is Curious Refuge? As I mentioned, Curious Refuge is an online home for AI filmmakers. It's started by Caleb and myself. So we have been married for almost 12 years, but we have been creative collaborators for even longer than that. We are very passionate about education, specifically education as it relates to supporting artists. So for many years in our career, we supported animators and motion designers to learn the tools they needed to land jobs in the industry. And up until about 6 months ago, we were helping to support VFX artists to learn traditional VFX tools like Houdini, Nuke, Unreal Engine, and we supported studios to train their team on those pipelines so that they can, have support in their work. But these are some of the shots from the school we worked at. It was so much fun. We really love the students there. And so about 6 months ago, or I guess in the spring, we first saw this AI Balenciaga Harry Potter video, which is incredible. And it was the first time we saw an AI video and we were like, this is holding our attention. This is funny. This is captivating. Like, this is impressive. There's more to these tools than we thought. And so with that, Caleb just was on the patio at our house, and in about 20 hours, he put together the first Wes Anderson does Star Wars trailer. And so it was just an experiment to see, what are the limits of these tools? And so only using a laptop and a subscription to Midjourney, it's about $10 a month at the time, put this viral trailer together. And it was fun. It went viral. I mean, this trailer took off and started getting written up in major publications all around. And so we were really amazed by that. And with all of the press we started receiving, we were getting people emailing us, how did you make these trailers? Like, what tools did you use? And so since we have an extensive history in education and supporting artists in education, we decided to build a workshop and an online platform for supporting artists to learn these tools. And so that's how Curious Refuge started. And so now we do that. We get to support AI storytellers to learn these tools, to equip them, and to support them in this ever-changing creative landscape. And so with our team, we create AI film news every week where we contextualize and update our community with the latest tools. We also curate an AI art gallery where we showcase films that are incredible. And so we curate that on our site. So I'm going to get to Caleb for a bit to talk about what is happening with AI.
Yeah, so if you go to the news and take a look at what is happening with artificial intelligence, last year they said that AI was one of the best inventions of 2022, and just a few months ago they said that AI is the end of humanity. So if you go to the news, you're going to get some very polarized answers to that question. But at Curious Refuge, we really believe that AI is allowing us to create stories that would have been otherwise impossible to tell. And we support artists on their creative journey as they are imagining new worlds and new ways to communicate what they are trying to envision. And we're a bunch of goofballs, so we put together projects like this Barbenheimer trailer. We really believe that artificial intelligence is elevating the creative capacity of everyone. We believe that we are no longer simply labor alone, but rather we are all curators, and our individual creativity has been multiplied many times over. So in the past, we believed that artists essentially had to learn a very specific trade in the art of storytelling. For example, I was an After Effects artist for a long time, and it took many, many years for me to get comfortable with that program in a professional capacity. But now we believe that art direction and taste and curation is going to be very important. Artificial intelligence will give you a ton of different outputs. It's up to you as a human to curate and to select the right shots and the right artwork for your specific project. And we really feel like AI is empowering artists who maybe wouldn't have been able to tell their stories in any other way. For example, this film that you're watching right now was created by a woman living in the Middle East in less than a week.
And fun story about this, this woman actually just launched her own creative studio to create and support these AI films. And so she's had a ton of inquiries for business, and that's amazing. She now has a business where she's helping tell stories.
And she premiered that film at the Sony lot just last week.
So cool. So how is AI shaping creativity? Well, you know, last year, Caleb and I began playing around with these creative tools, and it was fun to take a picture of our Chihuahua and turn him into a Renaissance painting. But at the time, it was just novel and fun. We didn't see, you know, where it was quite going. And that was until this spring when we saw these updates in Midjourney, and we were just like, okay, maybe we can actually test these in a traditional pipeline and see how it goes. And so so we believe that iteration is faster than ever before, that creative feedback takes seconds and no longer days. And so I want to share a quick example of that with you all. So I wanted to prompt for our Curious Refuge home, like an online version. What would it look like if Curious Refuge were an actual building, right? So I took our core values, which is curiosity, fun, playfulness, and I prompted those in Midjourney. And so here we have a few images. And that's cool, I have 4 images now, right? But if I go and actually update my prompt with this repeater code, this like --R10, I now will get 40 versions of this prompt. And so now I have so much more to work with. And so that creative taste and curation is going to be so important. And these images are not just good, they're great. Each one of them are creative and stunning. And even this one, I'm always just like, I want to hang out in that room with a cup of coffee, have my Renaissance Chihuahua with me, and just hang out there for a while. So here's a perfect example. Say I'm working on a film and I need a shot of a person who's drinking a soda and they're in a futuristic sci-fi world. Well, we went and we searched for that on some stock sites, right? And this is what we found. It's cute, but it's not really fitting the aesthetic of our film or exactly what we need. So now I can go prompt for that. And I did. And so here's a few images. We can now pick from this what we like. So we like version 4 here, and we can direct our prompt even more, so we can remix it. And so in this I said, hey, okay, let's take that prompt, let's add some muted green color grading, some yellow neon background lighting, and now we have a little more direction with these images. So we can ask for variants of the one we specifically like, and then we can look at those and up-res the one we want to move forward with and animate that. And so here we have our shot. And so now we can use a tool called Pika Labs, where we can go and prompt that image for movement. And so here is a prompt we're working with. It's important to a negative prompt. We're really passionate about that at Curious Refuge. It's going to save us time later on. So negative morphing, erratic fluctuation in motion, all of these are words we use in almost every prompt. And so now we have a little bit of movement, and we can start cutting this together to maybe for a trailer or pitch, right? So yeah, and here's a really cool example of how these tools are changing our creative experience. And so this is a friend of mine. She actually was using Midjourney. This was a year and a half ago, I think. Actually, a year ago. Yeah, a year and a half ago. So she was entering a fashion show, and she's a costume designer, and she used Midjourney for some inspiration, and she was able to build that dress based on some inspiration she was getting and competed in this show, and she was actually invited back. She's going to be, when we're talking to you all, she's going to be presenting her dress this year at this show again, which is so cool. So yeah, what is possible with AI?
So we wanted to put together a demo of what can be accomplished in artificial intelligence in just a few hours. So recently we were giving a presentation to a group of individuals out here in Los Angeles who were connected to the world of Star Wars, and so we wanted to put together a very quick Star Wars short film in just a few hours, and the result is this film that you're about to watch.
I think he's near.
Krok, снизу.
Hello again, Lisa Ratano. I need the artifact. Tunoka, this. So you don't want to play nice? What if I let the Empire know about your illegal operation?
I think he's over here.
Vale. Jostlevza.
You can tell Vader about this one, not me.
So for that specific piece, all of the voices that you heard were created using artificial intelligence. The script and the idea was developed using AI, and the face was swapped using artificial intelligence as well. I actually needed to have an alien language, and so ChatGPT invented one in about 10 seconds, and I was able to feed it lines, and it would output it with verb conjugations and everything that you need to have a functioning language. All the base imagery was created using Midjourney, and the video was created using a tool called Pika Labs, but another fantastic tool is Runway. This video that you're watching now was created and animated using Runway.
And it's funny because chat named your language Galaxian, so that is very interesting as well. So what is not possible with AI currently? Human expression is hard to create consistency with, and for it to be believable with AI. Lifelike movement, if we're going in for like a large embrace, that wouldn't easily be animated at this moment. Multi-shot compilation, say I'm throwing a ball for my dog to go chase it, and I want to, prompt for that scene, like person with ball throws it, the dog sees the ball. I'm not going to get that with a single prompt. I'm going to have multiple shots that I then cut together using an editing tool, right? And so those are not possible currently, but yeah, Caleb, would you like to talk about timelines for disruption?
Yes, so this is a question we get all of the time. We definitely don't want to push into fear here, so in no ways is this a guarantee, but we do want to be honest with kind of the way in which we see things playing out over the next few months and years. So this is a chart that you may have seen. Essentially, Sequoia Capital came out last year with a breakdown of how they viewed the world of creativity, whether it was text, images, or video, and kind of the timeline for when they believed that those industries would be disrupted with artificial intelligence. Well, they did a follow-up study this year, just a few weeks ago, and essentially what they said was they were wrong and that things are moving way faster than they ever imagined. And so you can scan this QR code here to get some of the slides that we are about to demo for you. You can also find these by visiting Curious Refuge. So currently with AI, it is of course possible to do pre-visualization and concept art. You can, of course, put together concept trailers, rotoscoping, dubbing, translation. There are many, many applications in which you can use artificial intelligence right now in a very creative way. And I want to show a quick video outlining a dubbing tool that actually just came to the market. I don't know how to speak French at all, but this video is basically, we uploaded a video from our education program and it created this video in return.
J'espère que vous vous sentez inspiré pour construire votre première IA cette semaine. Je veux que vous créiez un concept de film. J'espère...
Sorry. Okay.
So we believe that about 3 months from now, we will see commercial normalization. We'll have quality that is good enough for most advertising agencies to begin to use them in their work. 12 months from now, we believe that we will start seeing some very important and very professional specialized film adoption, like establishing shots, details, things like that. 18 months from now, we believe that we will begin to get into the prompt to entertainment revolution. So think typing in a prompt and actually seeing a pretty good video in return. And 24 months from now, we believe that we will get cinematic quality from a single prompt, maybe not an entire feature-length film, but we will begin to see some really good short-form content. And 36 months from now, we believe that we will surpass the uncanny valley with artificial intelligence, and the nature of storytelling will be completely changed forever.
So how can you start today? This is a mountain of tools that are available to us that are AI tools, and it's a lot. It's quite overwhelming. Here's a list that we curate and we update with our favorites, so you can scan this and go to our website. But here are a few of the tools that we use at Curious Refuge and ones we really love. So how can filmmakers stay relevant? Well, that was a lot of tools we just showed you, and you may feel a bit like this, which totally makes sense. I went through my own version of this for a few months this year, and it's okay. I'm with you. But here are a few email newsletters you can subscribe to help keep up to date. So AI Valley does a great job of contextualizing AI tools in general. AI Artist is great for contextualizing it for artists. And then at Curious Refuge, we contextualize the tools for filmmakers. And so here are a few YouTube channels we really love that we recommend subscribing to. Of course, one is ours. We have a weekly web show where we update you with the latest tools and how to use them and what's important. And we try to go through all of that information and really just give you the value of what makes sense for us right now. And so again, we're on Twitter constantly, learning what's new, checking at the updates. And so I recommend staying there as well and to stay informed. We have 2 team members who are just on Twitter, keeping up to date with the latest updates with these tools. So and then at Curious Refuge, we created art galleries. So if you're looking for some inspiration or for artists who are using these tools to learn from, like, go there and explore. And it's really fun and really inspiring. So and then of course we have a workshop. So we have a boot camp and we're in our 6th session and it's been incredible. We have so many talented artists joining us every month. We're blown away by the talent in these courses. So we train and help. We update the course every week with new content. It's just a really fun community. But join us if you'd like. We'd love to see you there. So what?
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we want to leave this?
Yeah, it's fine. Artist first.
So yeah, that's a little bit about Curious Refuge and what we're doing and how we're using these tools. So we're really grateful to be invited here today to speak to you all. Thank you, Sten, and yeah, I hope this is a great conference for you all.
Thank you so much.
Talk soon.
Bye.
I hope Caleb and Shelby with us in 2024. And we'll see what they will make up by then. But isn't that really extraordinary that within 6 months or a little bit less than 6 months, we've really gone from a situation of having very complex prompts, very, very complicated tools, into a fully blown ecosystem. But how this is really influencing the work of producers and VFX supervisors, I have a great pleasure to have with me on this conversation Christina Kaspers-Römer. She's the currently General Manager and Managing Director at Trixter. But before that, and Trixter is a European VFX powerhouse. If I will start reading your credits, we could probably do it on for about
Takes a bit.
Yeah, it's going to take a bit. Some of the biggest IPs, Hollywood productions, European productions, and so forth. But before that, she was actually a managing director at Dark Bay, which was a pioneering virtual production studio in Europe. If you're interested in virtual production, Christina is the person to talk to. And one of their hits, I guess, was Netflix's 1899.
Yeah, we just got a nomination actually for German award, for the television award. But
And joining us from Copenhagen, unfortunately not in person, because he is, I guess, running against the AI or with AI on a live European film production.
Running away from it.
Yeah, or running away from it is Mats Damsbo. He's the CEO and producer at Macropol, but also a founder at Casper AI. Mats is born and based in Copenhagen and is a creative producer director focused on developing powerful narratives, utilizing technologies. His notable projects include The Doghouse, which premiered from everywhere from New IFF, Cannes Next, and Future of Solitude in New York. But A Taste of Hunger, that was in Venice, VR, and The Shadow of the End of the Night, which won the Best Immersive Narrative. Well, I guess as far as I know, you're producing Europe's first feature film in collaboration with AI. I hope we can a little bit touch that as well. And you have actually built a lot of those homegrown tools for the process. Well, we saw Caleb and Shelby. And parts of me wants to say that, of course, I understand that a lot of this AI explosion is happening in San Francisco and Los Angeles. I was there in the summer, and I saw some internal events list, and I think in San Francisco every week there is more than 100 events dedicated to film and media and generative AI. And somehow parts of me wants to kind of say that this is only what is happening in States, and in Europe everything is still great. Mats, I want to talk to you and how and why has the whole AI concept come into your workflow and into your producer's life?
Yeah, I started actually 3 years ago, so I feel in some ways and I'm almost like an old man within AI developments because it's gone so fast, of course. But back then it was the director of the project that you just tantalizingly teased about asked me whether it was possible to make a film, or he had the idea that you could make a film using an AI to write the script, and I thought that was very intriguing. And at the time, the models were early. There were GPT-2 and similar models, and we understood quite quickly that there was quite a big potential in these tools, not only in textual script writing, but also in all sorts of other elements and parts of the value chain of making a film. So it was, it was too interesting not to touch it and start getting my hands dirty with the technology, basically.
And what has that 3-year journey led you into? I think you have also developed some of your own tools for the process as well. Can you a little bit talk about the rationale? Why would a film producer start developing his own AI tools? And for the technical team, I guess, we should play the Casper AI clip if that's okay.
Well, let's wait with the clip 1 second, because I think that first of all, you have to understand that there might be 2 different hats on here. Like the producer hat, if I were that hat, I would say, an AI can make things a lot more efficient. It can help us save time and money. Specifically, we were looking at the bottleneck when footage comes in from, documentary films with large archive footage or materials, or from any kind of, of footage, basically, and how well AI was able to watch, analyze, tag, sort, cluster, and do some of all that sort of dirty work that a lot of sort of low-paid interns or EP editors might be doing, and optimize some of those things. But actually, if I wear my creative producer hat, I think there was another dimension, which was about this this sort of like tantalizing notion about what does it want to say? What does it have to say? What kind of worlds and ideas can it come up with that we as artists, filmmakers have not seen before? And how can that inspire our process? So I think there was like two different hats that were worn at the same time. And from the early experiments we did, it's true, we built some tools specifically for the editing room that now turned into a startup that's called Caspar that basically wants to help editors be creative using the power of AI.
I want to come back.
So I could maybe show the clip.
Yeah, let's show the clip and see what Caspar does. I think Danish people like drinking, especially Mats Mikkelsen. You wanna show us something around drinking here as well, right?
Yeah, I can't see the video, but what I can tell you is that we search here inside Premiere for the word alcoholic based on an analysis that's done on 40 hours of footage. And you should be able to hear it then find in seconds.
Now we're looking at the woman drinking coffee. Alcoholic. Yes, and now we have an auto-generating timeline.
Yes.
An alcoholic. Okay.
And was an alcoholic.
Too drunk. We can?
And I thought, is it the freeze at the...
No.
Carly drinks wine.
Carl is gonna be drunk.
You're old enough, Carl.
And that he was an alcoholic.
So what's funny here is that it finds not only semantically the word alcoholic, but it also finds the abstract notion of someone being drunk, and it uses large language models to look through your material. And here we just do the same word, but in a visual search. So also finding within 40 hours, within a second.
Spending time with the auto mechanic.
Of course, the AI doesn't know that this is just water.
Thank you very much. This is very kind of you.
Yeah, I'll try also.
Of course, could be vodka. Yeah, and maybe I mix up the different regions. So yeah, this system that we've built, or this tool that we've built that works within Adobe Premiere, is basically almost like a virtual editing assistant. It looks through your material, it listens to your material, and then you basically have a dialogue with it. You can stop the video now. You have a dialogue with it to figure out what you need, and it will find it for you and then create a timeline for you. And this is the early version of the Caspar editing assistant, but you can imagine that going quite far in terms of describing scenes and temporal things that will change over time and becoming almost something that could do an assembly cut for you.
I want to come back to the kind of the European perspective and some of the fears and things what you have found out in building Caspar and producing this film, which hopefully will be out next year. Christina, you come from post-production and very high level of post-production. And as I understood, similar tools are available for you in-house and as well.
Exactly. So we're basically also working with homegrown, self-made tools at the moment, because everything that is publicly available, still the copyright and legal phases are not yet cleared out. So we're very hesitant to start using these in any commercial.
Explain us a little bit more, because you know Caleb and Shelby says, go prompt, magic will happen.
Yep.
and everything is great. We will have beautiful visuals and etc.
That's
But the story in case of going into very high production films is somewhat different. So can you kind of break it down for us?
Of course. So absolutely, I love what they make, and it's really incredible, and it enhances the creativity of so many people, so it's easier accessible. But when I look at it from a perspective of, we just released the Marvels, and we were working in the post-production of this. So, and looking at one image, and there we would say, okay, we want to we need to replace the arm of an actor. And I would go to Midjourney and look for arm of main actress XYZ. I would get several arms, of course, and this might create an amazing image for me, but I do not know where this arm came from. So somebody has put it into the database where this AI tool is fed from. So, and as long as this process from where does the data come from until where am I allowed to use this arm, because there might be somewhere a tattoo I would not even be aware of, but somebody in the final movie would have seen it, and then they see, oh, there is my triangle on the arm, then they theoretically have the copyright on that image. And this could cause me,
and also
my
identity rights questions.
Exactly. So it's like, and it of course opens also the box of the Pandora of the ethical rights in here. So not starting that at the moment, but this is of course, there are so many uncertainties in it that we started to, of course, only use our homegrown tools with our homegrown data, where we're very much aware we can use it. We know we can only use it for internal purposes or something else. So this is the only reason. But of course we're using...
Okay, what are the kind of the use cases then?
Yes, that's kind of a use case.
Yeah.
Where we used AI. So we're of course using AI, for example, so we just, I'm sorry, I can't name the movie. It's a big feature that comes out in December where we're using AI for aging talent. Because this movie was made over a very long period of time, but it's told in 5 days only. And in order to make this talent look always the same, we had to like age the face. And this process, of course, was way easier when using machine learning, which is part of AI. And then, of course, always adding 3D on it. So it will never be the case, at least not for us at the moment, that we can say, hey, it's just simply working. So you put it in a machine and the outcome is the final image.
So explainability and rights management is very, very important. Mats, how you were kind of addressing those issues of explainability? What has collaboration with the machine told you? I understand that something that is very, very unique about Caspar is that it runs locally. So the footage is yours. How are you as an independent producer navigating the upsides and downsides?
Yeah, it's a great question. A couple of things. So firstly, I just want to correct you a little bit on this rights issue, because actually, when you generate a photo from a diffusion model, it can never do an exact copy of anything. It's always an hallucination. It's always something that it dreamt up from. So it's actually impossible to get something that's identically taken from a database. Just in terms of you using that as an argument not to use it, it's I would say the opposite. You can always use it, and it will never infringe on anyone.
Yeah.
But that's just my. But let's not go into that ethical discussion. Of course, there will.
It's so great that you're not here in person, by the way. you can feel the positive energy in the room.
I would say, of course, that there will be issues if you create something in the likeness of some artist and then you claim to be that artist, and then you infringe on certain copyright laws. But that's a different discussion. In terms of how we think about it, we're very aware of the ethical responsibility we have when training our model, and this is something that we find also is the biggest issue. So as you said, we've taken care of listening to our users who are, usually they are editors, or they're independent filmmakers, or they're small studios, and the people that want to use our tools are also quite wary about uploading sensitive material to some platform somewhere over in Silicon Valley. and what will happen to it and how will they make sure that this data is safe. And so we never actually touch the user's data. We give them our models on their local machine, and they can train or they can run our models on their footage locally, and then we just run it from there. But a thing that we found as artists ourselves, as filmmakers, is when we were producing the feature film, a lot of the tools that come off the shelf, they have this issue of control. And control to me is two-sided, right? Because on one hand, you as an artist want control of the use of these tools, right? You want to be able to focus your camera in a certain way, or you want to have a specific movement or non-movement, or as Curious Refuse said, you have all these negative prompts to not get all the artifacts that these machine models are giving us. So there's a lot of lack of control as an artist right now, and you're kind of pulling this lever and seeing what comes out. On the other hand, you have a need for control from the corporations that are building this technology. And so we've seen the development of early versions of the language models that gave us a lot more freedom artistically than what the current versions of, for instance, GPT-4 or 3.5 are giving. And so this guardrailing of the tools is also an inhibitor of the artistic expression. And so I think there's a real issue for us as artists and filmmakers about, well, who has control?
Christina?
I have to admit, I was last week in LA. We were talking to the big studios, and of course I was just joking up front with you. We were saying every time the word AI falls, we have to drink a shot in the evening. And we would have been super drunk if we would have done this at least one evening or more evenings even. And there was, we of course talked about the possibility of like, hey, what happens with this? I go back to the arm, it's just like simple. If we use this arm. And the studios were very hesitant. I do understand, yes, it will never be this image. It will always be a new image, but the history of where it gets created from, they are still reluctant to go down that road. And as long as my customers or my clients are reluctant to go down that road, you have to understand I have to be reluctant too and don't go down that road. Still, using these images internally as references, for example, for our concept artists, just talking images, not moving images, it's amazing. And I will never replace my concept artists with these, because they are the creative, they are the human beings who have to create the image in the end. But getting more references easier accessible, knowing how to talk to the available AI tools in a way that it's easy, that they can easily get what they want, this is something that's great, and that's what I really appreciate. It's sometimes like you talked, yesterday a colleague of mine said, like, AI is a bit like talking to a 4-year-old. It's somehow, and this should not be intimidating for any 4-year-old person. So it's really like, you talk to someone, but you get like the more input you give to this person, the more you can get back. But it still needs this human factor to it.
So, question for both of you. We understand that technology is jumping by minutes and if not hours. How do you actually kind of start the conversation with your industry stakeholders? With my own conversations with our film institute, it's not that I go there and say, hey, I would like to talk about prompting algorithms, data sets, bias, large language models, and etc. But pun intended, Mats, you're doing this feature, structurally looking at, what is kind of your wish list of kind of enabling those tools in an ecosystem, and either for adoption or contextualization?
Yeah, I think it's something that we're going to see a lot more of. Where already now these tools have infiltrated the system, probably without the consultants or the commissioning editors even knowing it. I mean, I've heard of stories of treatments and mood boards that have been delivered using AI, and scripts that have been delivered, or synopsises, and it was never mentioned that an AI was used to create this, but commissioning editors are finding it great. Wow, this is perfect. This is a great example of what we want to do. And of course, we'll see a lot of that in the sort of initial financing phases and the pitching phases and the presentation of projects. And I don't think there's any problem in that. I mean, the problem comes when you start discussing the production and who are we hiring or not hiring to make this film, and is this creating jobs or not creating jobs, and all those discussions that come in sort of the later stages of the production cycle. And I mean, it took us 3 years from when we had the idea to have a full feature-length screenplay written by an AI to convince 3 different commissioning editors that this was a good idea, right? So it took a long time. I'm not saying that it doesn't take a long time to finance a film in general, but this was specifically hard to communicate. But I think just by the fact of having done that process with Arte and with Danish public broadcasters and sales agents.
Let me get it right. Arte approved a script written by AI.
Yes, but they had one condition, right? And their condition was that we could not make the film fully written by an AI. There had to be also a documentary layer discussing the ethical questions and the process of which we're using the AI. So we've sort of went into this middle of the road where we're making the film with the screenplay, but we're also making a documentary that's going to be intertwined with the film.
Hopefully premiering next year. Christina, we talk about the wish list. We understand that from both of you that first of all we have a question of data sets. You went to prompt something general and the result was very biased. What it was and what's your wish list?
My wish list is actually to have, I would like to, so at the moment what's happening, I get a request from a large studio and then I can facilitate it with the money I get for R&D work on that. If I would get this money from somewhere else and have a little bit of more time, I would love to have like open discussions like this one, even more, to sit together with people who work on from different angles on the AI topic and filmmaking to collaborate. Because what we need is to collaborate. Everybody's doing this there and this there, but I would like to merge this together. Partially A, that, B, having
build
like
European homegrown tools.
Yes, we need to do this. Otherwise, we're just like, I mean, every tool that might be workable comes from outside the EU. And then I know I'm bothering you with legal, but this has again different legal implications. So having this homegrown European, we're having so many laws in common that this could work out, plus having a little bit of a finance for that, because I can't finance everything through my clients, and I think as a mid-sized company, just whining a bit to the second row. Just like, no, literally, it would be great to do this as a common sense because we need it.
So looking at European film archives, both of you have your remark.
I just wanted to mention that the EU, I think, has done a pretty good job so far. We, Caspar, our little company, has been funded by the AI for Media program, which is sort of a catch-all for a lot of AI-related tools for the media industry. And so there is work being done in this field, but I agree that there's a need for some larger coordination. And what I do believe, instead of it just, I'm not saying tools are not interesting, but tools come from, specifically in AI, they come from training data. And the big issue that I see we have is we don't have a common open source, ethically sourced data set for cinema that has that's representative of European cinematic qualities. Because
and
this
European
is where we see a
languages,
big difference.
And European
languages, because exactly, and this is a main issue, because if we will rely on the models that are scraped from the World Wide Web and from Hollywood, then we will lose something that's much more valuable than just a tool. We'll lose the language that lies beneath it.
And we always work with, so fully agreed, 100%. The data set is way more important than the tools afterwards. And we were just talking previously, we always get stereotypes otherwise, and we want to have a diversity in here. And this is something we can do in the EU.
So all European film archives accessible for training?
Yes.
Perfect. To close off with you, What are your sort of like 3 recommendations from a kind of a European perspective of both for the producers or financiers to get into the game, so to speak, and have a little bit sense of understanding how the slot machine works? Mats, you want to start?
Oh, that's for me.
Yeah.
Well, I think generally there should be more. There should be a way more less risk aversion, right? So in general, these models are tricky. They're a gray zone. They work within new fields of understanding, but we should try to understand. And if we don't start trying, then we will be left behind. So I think in general, less risk aversion. And then I think it's super important to understand what I just mentioned before, that we have a battle of the languages in a sense. And of course, someone said the pen is stronger than the sword. But the real question is who's holding the pen, right? And who are we, gaining our language from? And I think this is something that we should have be focused on from across European bodies.
Stina.
Have less fear. It's okay to fail, and you will fail, and give a little bit of money to try it out.
Thank you.
Giveaways. That's it.
Or a lot of money.
Yeah, don't say that. We won't get it otherwise.
Mats, who will eat? Final question. Have you started preparing your shoes? Who will eat their shoes?
Yeah, I'm not allowed to say right now who the artist we've trained our AI on, but I can say that this grand old filmmaker really thinks that we will fail miserably. He doesn't believe that we can train a machine to make a film as good as his. So we'll see whether I have to eat a shoe or not.
We have some great restaurants in Tallinn. Thank you very much. Thank you. Sander. From this very European producer-related question and discussion, which I would basically summarize: data sets, bias, start experimenting, build our homegrown tools, allocate financing for doing those experiments. Let's look a little bit how the overall ecosystem, especially on business models and monetization around AI, is doing. And our next speaker is Estonian, but lives in Los Angeles, but has built and contributed to some of the biggest IP and ecosystem development for film and media in Europe. I hope we'll have us joining very soon. Sander Saar, a futurist and an acclaimed media strategist. Good morning, Sander. I hope the sound team gets us an audio on stage. So Mats and Christina were talking about the state that we need more experiments, we need our homegrown models, and etc. I know that you have been personally already developing AI solutions on large scale for global media products, and you have prepared us sort of 3 key statements of how do you see, from your perspective, the big impact on the industry. Shall we start from there? And that's AI. Ja kui tehniline meeskond tekitaks meile helisaali, oleks imeline. This happens when you start doing events like in COVID. Please bear with us a few seconds. Kristen, shall we meanwhile take questions to Christina from an audience?
Good idea. Let's put Christina on the spot. Who has a question? Christina.
I explained so good, so nobody has a question.
Am I there live? Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, we are able to hear you now. We're just starting a Q&A, and
great.
We thought that your video was just a prompt.
I wish. No, I'm totally real, totally connected. Thank you so much for having me and being patient.
All right, Sander, just coming back to the point. I know you were supposed to be here with us today, but sadly the logistics didn't work out. Look, you've been putting AI into use in developing global IP for some of the biggest media corporations in Europe, and I know that you have been a very, very big proponent of the platformization and the sort of democratization that those tools and platforms are giving up. You know, how is AI transforming the business side of the industry? And when we had this conversation, you said you have 3 key theses to give us. Do you want to share those with us?
Absolutely. I think we're fundamentally entering a new era, whether regardless of which side of the aisle you sit on, what concerns you have, or where do you see opportunities or threats. The changes are here and the changes are real. The fact of the matter is that we're moving to a world in the old days where, you know, you had to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to become a filmmaker, and you had to know how to operate the camera, you had to learn the skills and have many people in the team. Then we moved into the digital era, which is the era we live in now, where it just takes you a couple of $1,000s or some YouTube videos and training that you can look at, and you're able to create almost anything. But we're now in this world where we could just use natural language, describe what we want it to be made, and it will happen right in front of us. So we're moving to a world fundamentally where everyone can create anything. On the distribution side, like how we actually distribute content in today's landscape, like we're starting in this analog world that is still relevant, where, you know, about a couple of thousand TV executives in a room, generally in suits, decide what are the shows that we're going to look next year. We're now in this era where we're driven by creators, the digital era, that unlocked by democratizing access to filmmaking. We now have more than 37 million videos published every single day on predominantly YouTube and other digital platforms. The fact of the matter is, with the AI-driven world, we're moving to a world where everything will be generated. We, as viewers, will also become part of the story. When you think about the consumption, we started from the TV era, where the TV executive decided what's going to be on 5 p.m. on a Friday night that everybody's going to watch that's going to be relevant for us. Now we're in this social channels-driven era, where the discovery and consumption is driven by algorithms. Where it's getting more personalized to us, but it's only still selecting from the pool of content that's available out there. And we're moving to this hyper-personalized world where those channels will be tuned just for us or created for us. So what does it mean for us as filmmakers? It means that today we're so focused on the composition, actually doing the work of creation, you know, going out to a set or editing and doing the hard work of making the movie. While in the AI-assisted world, we can focus and we have to reallocate our resources a lot more on ideation and research, because a lot of the work will be done for us by using natural language. We don't need to be using our time for that. So think about your teams, like how much we're today spending, you know, 80–90% of the time just doing the work, just creating the art piece, rather than focusing on the best idea that should win, or the ideation phase or distribution phase, which is what really matters when you want your stories to be great and you want your stories to be heard. And a lot of people say, you know, it's like completely, you know, something that only kids can do, it's low level. That is not true. Today, for example, like rotoscoping, which is cutting out, you know, the elements within the content frame by frame. To do that for like 8 seconds of content takes about 3 to 4 days for somebody whose day rate is between $500 to $1,000. By using software like Runway ML, it just takes you 1 to 2 minutes and $12 a month. And again, like it's not just, you know, the YouTubers using it, it's actually big Hollywood productions like Everything Everywhere All at Once. Their VFX artist saying how it was even much more helpful in the work that he was doing. So we're really moving from the world where, you know, in the beginning, in the analog era, biggest budgets won. Who controls the share of voice, who will get their shows made? to the digital era, which was very much driven by who can produce most amount of content on those platforms, to the world where best ideas will win, because we will all be empowered and have access to the same level of tools and creativity and even team size, regardless of the investment. So these are the key changes. Is staying back there as well.
Sander, I'm gonna get back to you with really a straightforward question. So we both know, and we've had those conversations over a month, I guess since May and since Cannes, about the differences in US and European ecosystem. There's so many things happening in the US ecosystem by hours and minutes, and perhaps not so much happening in Europe. Like, what are the kind of the must-haves and must-goes for Europe right now?
The question really is like, how can you enable innovation and build those healthy ecosystems between technology and content creators, especially in filmmaking? Because technology has always been a key part of content creation and filmmaking. Think about when VFX came, or green screen, or digital cameras, or digital distribution. Like, all of these have been massively enabling increasing the size of the filmmaking market. And if we in any way do not support the innovation that is happening in technology, especially in content creation, that means that we're also not giving the best platform for the filmmakers to use to tell their stories on a global scale. The other thing is also like the big difference between the ecosystems is there's this funny saying, you know, that US creates it, China copies it, and Europe regulates it. Is also to go from that kind of fear mindset to actually thinking about how we can leverage those technologies as opportunities for us. Because there is a lot of, you know, fear mongering going on today. Like, if we look at the marketplace today, some of the news that are out there, you know, we all focus on like how AI will kill creativity, how AI will take away our jobs, how AI will, you know, put intellectual property at risk and take originality away and take away our authenticity. These are actually fears that have been repeating itself time and time again in history. For example, like when the typewriter came, a third of the population was handwriting, and the clerks and the secretaries were writing up notes. Now there were similar concerns, like we're going to lose our jobs, a third of the population. We're going to have lack of personal touch, everything is going to look the same. We're going to have diminishing authenticity and health risk concerns. But then again, we would never go back to the time today where we would not use those technologies. Or take something like the video recorder, personal video recorder, that really, when it came out, even in Hollywood, like there was a lot of fear around, we're going to lose revenues, lots of piracy is going to happen, we're going to have legal battles, and the quality will be diluted. But they could never imagine that actually the market of filmmaking will more than double just in 1 year. And of course, right after that, everybody was embracing the technology because it actually helped to build the industry to a much larger size. And then again, like a lot of people say, no, this time it's different. This time it's different because generative AI is just fundamentally coming alive and coming and developing itself. This is not true at all in any way. Again, repeating history in itself. Take the 1976 example of when the computer said, "Hello world." That simple statement, "Hello world," triggered a cascade of reaction around the world where they thought, hey, now this is a time where AI is taking over and will be running the computers for us. We now have a very similar reaction today by, you know, humanizing technology and making it more accessible to us. Does not necessarily mean that it will come for us, not in the current state at all. So I would much rather, you know, similarly in the ecosystem world, like move the focus to areas where we can make a difference and should make a difference. How can we use AI, for example, to eliminate bias? How can we use it to create new jobs and embrace new opportunities? How we can democratize creativity so that, for example, it's not limited to one small group of people who just want to protect their own jobs and their own work. How can we make creativity, filmmaking available to everybody in the world?
Sander,
and how can we then also help? Yep.
we talked about, and that leads to the point of regulation or deregulation of such. And one of your key arguments is that we need to be aware of regulation, not only by the regulator, but also some of the bigger platforms. What do you mean by this?
Regulation, in my mind, should be an enabling function. Of course, protecting the citizens and protecting the harm, but regulation should not be there to guide innovation. So some of the examples, we have many in Europe, you know, when we jump ahead to the conclusions. I mean, a simple example is the USB-C charging standard for all our, you know, devices. Like that regulation started by fixing it on micro USB, but then during the time of development of the regulation, USB-C was developed as a new standard. If we actually adopt like a legacy standard in moment of time, it becomes static and we're not able to move on with the world. So today, with AI, we're in such early innings of what kind of new things it will enable, and new formats, new mediums it would create, that if we create a restrictive regulation today, we would miss out on the opportunity that it would pose and be stuck in time to the moment where we thought we've got it. So rather than being, you know, prescriptive of where the technology needs to go and regulator trying to be the technologist in the room, the regulator should be to set the guardrails and the rules of the game rather than trying to prescribe the game.
So if you're going to wrap this up, and your prediction is that everything will be generated, and some of the people in the hall know that we are having some fierce debates. Sometimes we agree, sometimes we disagree, but in this environment where we all know that synthetic content is coming, what are your kind of 3 recommendations for producers, filmmakers, and creative at large who are looking forward to, you know, sustain their living and have an equal opportunity in the market, where you would literally have a krat, hopefully working with them, but at least hopefully not working against them. What would you recommend? Is it around protecting their own IP? Is it about tool mastery? Is it about something else? Let's talk about concrete business and the impact.
Yep. In the first place, what we're all very much focused on is kind of just looking at the existing processes and enhancing them, making them faster, better, cheaper, utilizing those tools. But I think a big miss from it, and that means, you know, getting familiar with the tools, and I'm sure you hear that all day, every day, that you need to get involved in order to understand how it works, and I'm fully, wholesomely agree with that. But I think a big thing that filmmakers, especially up-and-coming young filmmakers, have the opportunity for is to think about the new things that AI will uniquely unlock that were not possible before, that also unlocks new business models, new audience opportunities. Some of those examples, you know, could be, for example, in-world AI, where rather than, you know, us prescribing the script, which is, you know, exactly the way we make films today, it's developing characters and the personas that humans can interact with, kind of the emergence, convergence of gaming with filmmaking. And you see today already on social media with the meta AI characters, you know, where there's a ton of fun, entertaining, but also some more serious characters that you can have a conversation with, learn from, and spend time with. Or like, for example, you know, Spotify unlocked a completely new way to distribute and consume, again, new way to make it much more personal, where a third of Spotify's, just over the last 6 months, 1/3 of Spotify's listening time is driven by the personalized AI that not just chooses the songs for you, creates the editorial, like, remember, you were in that city, in that time, in that event, and that was the song that was playing. And also the song, the radio voice itself is generated. Or like completely new business models. One of the companies I'm advising is called Mini Studio, where, you know, we bring the viewer to the story.
And that's a French company, I remember.
That is partly, yes. It's based in New York, but they have engineering teams also in France, yes. But it all, you know, completely new medium that couldn't exist before. Before, you know, Disney defined what's the kids' cartoon you're going to watch at or look at, or you will find the shows on YouTube. But now every kid is able to draw a character that becomes a 3D character in their own world, that then becomes a card game that they will play, and then also becomes a plush that they play with, or you know, their own carpet, and it will all be fully personalized by them, ending up in their own movies, ending up their own cartoons. And again, this is not something that, hey, coming in the future, fictional. Like, this is today live on Kickstarter from Mini Studio. where you could have your kids, build their own and characters in their own card game that later will become the cartoon that you watch and the comic book that you will read. So I would much rather, as a filmmaker today, what would you do? Yes, get involved, learn the tools, but don't get just stuck with thinking about the existing formats and existing mediums. Think about how you can utilize those tools and completely uniquely unlock new opportunities. And I hope also our regulators will allow us to do that rather than trying to prescribe what the output should be, focused on existing formats and existing mediums, but allowing the innovation to thrive also in Europe to embrace those new opportunities that we didn't have before.
Sander, you know that I always have to thank you for your optimism. We'll see next year in person how far we are with synthetic generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I guess we've really seen quite a lot of those upsides right now. We see that a lot of creativity can be unleashed, but we also have heard about the fact that there is bias. We really don't have very good regulatory or even kind of guiding frameworks how to run this process. And our next speaker is joining us from Ukraine. And Kristen, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Thank you, Stan. We're going to Ukraine now. Let's wait and see if we can get a video connection with Anna Bullock. Let me just make a bridge here. I loved very much what Sander was saying about regulation not being prescriptive. I'm going to be talking to Anna about this actually. We need to be able to continue to allow innovation. US creates it, China manufactures it, scales it up, the EU regulates it. We also need here within Europe to be able to continue to allow for the creativity and the innovation to happen as well, so that we can continue to play in the same sort of domains and markets as the others. Let's see if we can get Anna in with us now for our next session. Anna, hello, welcome.
Hi.
Hey.
I was waiting when I was checking
waiting.
my emails, but they're... Yeah.
It's great to have you with us here. Now, let me just say that as I was leaving Paris, getting ready to come here on Wednesday, the headline news on the 12 o'clock, France's main radio station, was that Edith Piaf's voice had been recreated in order for her to narrate her own biopic, okay? Who did Warner Music Group reach out to do this? Anna?
Sorry, who
did Warner Music Group reach out to do this, to bring Edith Piaf's voice back?
Well, to us, and they got permission. The whole details are in BizDev team, but as they did not approach me, so then permissions were in place.
Indeed, it was ReSpeecher, Ukrainian AI-based organization enabling recreating synthetic voices, and it's an absolute pleasure, Anna, to have you with us. You are head of ethics and partnerships, and over the last couple of hours, we've been talking a lot about what AI can do, what we can do with AI today. And I mean, if you've not yet heard of ReSpeecher, you've heard of Anna's team and her work. You've seen about it. 2020, Disney called on you to make replicate the voice of James Earl Jones and Darth Vader. In 2021, you were working on the Super Bowl commercials, some of the most watched content in the US. 2022, your first Emmy for your work on the voice with Richard Nixon. How many Emmys and awards do you have on that shelf there behind you, Anna, these days? How many Emmys?
We have 4 Emmy statues in office. So there's one behind me, it's also Baby Award and Golden Microphone. So quite a good amount.
Okay, but not only have you been pushing the boundaries of what can be done these days, you are there to also look at what needs to be done in terms of ethics and copyright, identity rights. So we're going to be diving into that now. And over the last 3 to 4 months, there has been progress, significant progress, in fact, in AI legal frameworks for development and the use of AI. We have the EU AI Act that came out in June, the US executive order just there at the end of October, a couple of weeks back, and of course the UK has just held its AI Safety Summit. Sander, just before you, was here saying that regulation should not be prescriptive. It should allow for innovation. Now, at Reese Feature, where you are pushing the boundaries of what can be done, but also yourself as an expert in AI ethics, do you believe these frameworks enable innovation to continue for film and content using AI?
Well, I would say that all regulations mainly look at risks. So there's a risk assessment-based approach in all regulations, particularly in European Union. There is a big push for human rights protection. That is a good approach. If you look at US and UK, that's more competitiveness approach and support of competitiveness, but also acknowledgement of risk. So if you look at summit in UK and Bletchley Declaration, it just outlines that artificial intelligence can create risks on national and individual levels. I would say that some clarity in regulations is useful for being more innovative in sense of going faster to the market. Because innovation is different from go-to-market strategies. Innovation, you can be outside of compliance and experiment. But when you go into the market, when you're building trust between your product and your partners, customers, and audience, that's a bit of different story. And I think here we face a lot of questions on IP and copyright. Mm-hmm. That's where the clarity is necessary.
I'm going to come to effectively the copyright part in just a bit, but as well as these frameworks, we do now also have sandboxes that can enable us to play and be more innovative also. So be aware that they're out there for us to use. Something else that's happened quite recently and has made headline news is, of course, the actors' strike in the US. This has shaken up the film and the creative industry, and other industries are also looking at seeing it as maybe a precursor of things to come. There's now a breakthrough there. Anna, what do you think that has changed the result of these strikes and the outcome? And what does this mean going forwards?
Yeah, it's really a great breakthrough because it was one of the biggest strikes since 80s, 118 days, and it cost like $1 billion to the market. And actually, it stalled a lot of our projects for the industry of voiceover and synthetic media and generative AI. And what I like in agreement and resolution that should be soon adopted, that it provides kind of 3 layers. It's consent-based, it's transparency, and protection of employment. So particularly part of consent, so at Respeecher we have established our own best practices already 6 years ago, that we only clone voices by permission. And this particular resolution of strike helps us actually to promote even more our own standard. And it's quite interesting that it provides the agreement on actor strike new terminology that is digital likeness, and it outlines that likeness protections that we are pushing for in industry for many years. And why we are doing that is actually to create this trust between us and voice actors and actors, for them to be more brave to embrace the technology. Because this uncertainty of how do I protect my own likeness, my individual rights, if someone strips me from my digital identity, that created this kind of gap of adoption, for faster adoption of technology. Right now, when we have more clarity and we know that we've been moving on the right path at Respeecher, so we even in better position, because right now we do not just base on our best practice as a company that we been creating this agreements between ourselves or studios or ourselves or and voice actors or the family if the person is deceased, but now we can reference already existing industry standard, and actor strike resolution provides an industry standard. It does not translate into legislations. That's where the gap is, but we can talk about that more.
Definitely. So we are seeing progress being made between this sort of AI is going to completely change the world and then it's going to wipe out humanity. And it's from this sort of discontent through to the dialogues that will then enable us to have the conversation, the language that you were talking about, and get to a place where we can break some of the taboos and start to create a trust dialogue. I think that this is very much something that we need to be maybe harnessing a bit more right now. So the progress is being made. But in your role and with your expertise, where do you see that from a legislation and policy process, where are the gaps and weaknesses that still need to be addressed? You've mentioned one or two of them already, where you think that in order to support the creative industries, likeness protection, for example.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting, but when we look at AI Act, it does not focus that much on copyright. It does provide, for example, in generative AI that is in middle risk, or it will be like discussed in which category of risk categories the generative AI will be put eventually, because there are around 500 comments right now in the Act, and there is a huge discussion. And we will see more results in March 2024. So right now, there are recommendations for generative AI that the baseline models, and what I mean baseline, for example, at Respeecher we have a core model, and then we have, when we receive data from our customers, we train those voice models, but we do not train our core model on clients' data. But when you train your core model and it's your core IP of your company, you have to follow that you should use only copyrighted data. So there is a new market that will be evolving. It's licensing market. It's about where you buy your data on which you are training your baseline models. Then and this is a huge chunk of new regulation and how it affects regulation on copyright. And somehow they've been going in parallels because, for example, in the United States, copyright is completely different from UK and in many European Union member states. So it's really puzzling for companies and innovators and those who want to go faster in the market to actually cope with that. So there is a lack of clarity on that. From one side of creating your IP of a company, but also when you're working with individuals or studios or actors, and there are big questions. Okay, how do I protect my likeness? How do I protect that by other tool? If my likeness is stripped, where do I go and seek for that protection? And I think that's a big chunk of gap in how the AI regulation is moving forward. Because again, as I mentioned before, it looks a lot at risk and higher risk on those like frontier models, but does not address sometimes really down to earth and business related questions that are solved as partially at actor strike. Mm-hmm. And also what's good about actor strike resolution is that actors now feel that they can always ask for compensation, and there's unions that will help them to seek compensation if AI likeness and reproduced AI likeness by AI, they will seek compensation and will get that.
So we've talked about some of the still legislation and legal gaps that are out there, but this is not just what we need to move us forwards. How about collaboration between creative industries here in Europe and the EU decision makers? Do you feel that there's a collaborative gap? Are we working closely together enough?
I think there is a gap. Look, Respeecher is a medium-sized company that is feeling itself pretty well, and but we are not a big tech. So all the best practices that I described, for example, a consent and thought leadership, and we are part of many initiatives, we are dedicating our own resources in ethics. And ethics is also a costly practice. You have to engage with policymakers, you have to make a lot of work with a product team to make changes in a flow. You have to refuse to a lot of projects. So that's a big investment. So not many companies and medium and small size startups are doing that. But when we are looking at what regulation is requiring more compliance, for example, in future, that can create a bottleneck. And so big tech can become gatekeepers of actually accessing the market. And in generative AI for the past 5 years, what I've seen that is actually small and medium startups and companies have been acquiring market of generative AI that is not language models, but audiovisual generative AI is actually why we are here together, that affects film industry and post-production. And what happens that we've invested a lot and we invest in a lot of our resources, but they're not compatible with what big tech can do. And when we're talking about safeguarding artificial intelligence, it's not just about regulation and policies, it's also about technical tools. For example, adding invisible watermarks, digital signature of content to prevent stripping your likeness, or how you can trace back where it came from if you see on YouTube a video with yourself. So there is a chunk of new standards and some technical solutions that are needed to bring this transparency and trust in generative AI content and just digital content online. And to do that, new standards require resources not just from big tech, but also from small tech. And there is a huge gap of distribution of those resources, because eventually when regulators saying, okay, we need labeling, what it means that industry would have to solve it out. And if you see situations that big tech will release their own standard, but it won't be open source, so they will become a gatekeeper of that standard, and they will kind of close on them that trust, and will kind of control that. To avoid that, we need kind of new framework of collaboration, maybe distributing more funds to fund security and ethics on practical terms, and not to allow that big tech would actually become those gatekeepers. That's a problem I see in this industry.
Certainly, and I think that what you've raised there is some of the risks and some of the direction we've already seen the industry moving in, and policymakers moving in. It's about making sure that we've got sort of all the players in the ecosystem being able to have a voice at that table also when it comes to creating the policies and creating the compliances, and making sure that it's not just the big tech who can align with them or become the gatekeepers for them. Anna?
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah.
Go ahead.
I will add, because even if you look at UK and US voluntary commitments, and that's actually enforcing self-regulatory frameworks, they're all signed between big tech and policymakers, and that's already where the gap kind of starts. One good initiative that we've been part already since for the past 2 years. It's Content Authenticity Initiative with Adobe, and we are the first implementers in audio space of digital signatures that will allow you to sign in the author of this particular content as author. So why we became a part of that initiative? Because it's open standard. So there are already like 2,000 plus companies that are already part of that. So we believe that actually open standards are possible, but that's exactly when you bring small and medium and big tech. Yeah.
Now, Anna, we have the opportunity to have you as an AI ethics expert with us. In the room here, we have people who, when I asked them earlier if they're using AI in their day-to-day professional, it wasn't being used a huge amount. There weren't that many hands going up. What advice, a very rapid advice, would you give to anyone who does want to get started safely?
Yeah, I think like in terms of the basic checklist, because there are many tools available right now on the market, and I know that because many big enterprises are coming to us and they say, okay, we are discussing this issue, like, with that company. I'm not talking about like, fighting your competitors, but what I advise them to check is whether, like, first, they're bad stories about that startups were out there, because generative AI, it creates some negative cases if someone's likeness was stripped by that tool. So I think making a background check of some communication crisis around the company, and asking them some basic questions, whether they have ethics and safety or trust division and policies and vision. That's just like, some basic line. Second is or whether there is copyrighted data on which they're training, and what the chunk of data on the core model that they're using, whether they're following copyright, already reviewing their data. Data governance, that's really critical and essential, whether they're training on clients' data. And and I think basically whether they're following regulation and making the input in that. When they're doing that, it means it's actually... Sorry?
No, I was just going to interrupt you there. We're running out of time, and I just want to close up properly with you. Because what I'm hearing, and thank you so much for this, what I'm actually hearing is do the same kind of due diligence that you would do when you're out there working with other organizations as well. So do the background checks, make sure you're looking into your vendors, make sure you know who you're working with, make sure you know what they're working with. It's pretty standard. We're doing it in other areas. We need to be doing it in AI as well to help us move forward safely. Anna, it's been an absolute pleasure having you here with us. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for advising us also. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.
Stan, I'm handing the floor back over to you.
Thank you, Kristen.
Be a fireside chat.
If you allow me, I'll start with the story. When I was 9 years old, I lived in Soviet Union, and but once in a while there were VHS cassettes that came into our lives. And at 9 years old, I saw a film, and that film profoundly changed my life. Not only it Joining us online. Good evening, Jan. Great to have you.
Good evening. Thank you for having me.
Look, first of all, I'm extremely excited about this closing conversation. You are overseeing distribution, licensing, and partnerships at CD Projekt Red. You've helped with Cyberpunk 2077, the music licenses with artists like Run the Jewels, Grimes, and ASAP Rocky. You've also worked on The Witcher, which
that's correct.
I think is part of our lives in so many ways in terms of books, the extraordinary games, the re-release, what you just recently said, the TV series, the feature films, and so forth. And I looked today, and The Verge said that what comes to The Witcher 3, you have sold it more than 75 million copies. Has that been surpassed already?
That's correct. That's correct. It's the last official number we have. Yes, that's correct. 75 million for the whole Witcher franchise.
So your expertise is IP and those really powerful universes and narratives. And if you basically do a kind of a 360-degree view on this global state of the IP industry, what is the state at the IP industry? CD Projekt Red is not an American company. It's a Polish company, but has taken over the world. And what do you see as right now the really big trends? What's going on in terms of IP and collaboration?
I think especially in our business, and again, the center of CD Projekt Red's business is and always will be video games. But I think a lot of companies, ourselves included, we are reaching out for different mediums through where we can, expand our IP to different audiences. So in our case, especially on Cyberpunk, which is the most recent example, we produced the animated TV show with Studio Trigger. We are writing comic books. We are doing board games. We are writing books as well. All that to make sure that we can speak to as many people as possible, not only gamers, but also audience who may be potentially interested in Cyberpunk and discover our video games through different mediums. And I'm seeing that trend within our industry, and then there's just a lot of companies who, especially in the last few years, have been doing the same.
So 22 and 23 actually have been a very, very interesting year, at least from my perspective, where we see some type of a convergence going on, right? We'll see those IPs, whether your IPs or the IPs from Naughty Dog and etc. bridging into this. Is this going to be the kind of the new reality where we live in this, I would say, a gamified entertainment experience where the engine and the kind of the user-driven experience is driving everything?
Potentially yes, but I'm more a fan of an approach of maybe a story-driven approach. I did love what Naughty Dog did last year with The Last of Us. Especially how they brought this story, which is mostly for me it was of course produced from the video games and from the first The Last of Us, but how they brought it to the show was just amazing. And then I do hope that video game stories will just become entertainment stories for many people to hear and experience, not only through video games, but this is, I think, and I hope something we'll be seeing more and more in the near future.
So before I get into The Witcher and then Cyberpunk, is what makes a great IP for you, and how can we build that great IP from our home base? It seems very kind of self-evident, but I presume it is not.
It is and it isn't. I would say that for me, what makes a great IP is if I were to use just one word, it would be depth. And the layers of it, of course, it's easy. It may sound easy to do or to say or to develop, but it is not. It always takes years of hard work within the core lore, IP, and stories you want to tell. And then whenever we, for example, think of our IPs and then the future of both Cyberpunk and The Witcher, we not only think about video games, but what are other mediums we could use to tell our stories. And I think That's what makes a good IP, the depth and the sort of the envisioning what we could do with it in the future within different mediums.
So that leads me kind of to the question of like, how do you see the market going? Are the IPs directly going to be developed in-house? And what I mean by this is that we see that there's a lot of consolidation going on in Europe and elsewhere. So will those IPs will be, I would say, focusing on in-house development with guest writers from other disciplines, whether it's film or television coming in, or will there be acquisitions from other IPs into the industry? I think this is something that's been on everyone's mind for quite a while.
I think actually both. I agree that there are more and more acquisitions on the market, especially in the gaming industry. So the market is being consolidated, and then it's much harder than to like break through with a new IP than it was even like 10 years ago. And that is something which personally worries me. Whenever a smaller, for example, AA or a very small gaming company comes up with what could be a great idea for a mass market, it could be super hard for them to break through those massive IPs which are currently dominating the market.
So if you don't want to, don't answer the question, but how many millions it takes to develop a proper IP? Ballpark, 10, 15, 20, 30?
It always depends on your ambitions, but I would say tens of millions, of course, if you want to really go for the mass market. But of course, whenever you start, think big and dream big. But I would start with small steps because especially on the gaming side, and again the gaming market, and the gamers love stories of smaller companies, for example, providing great experiences to players at a fair price and with a fair offering. And those stories tend to sometimes even do like the snowball effect, where it starts small, but then just a few years after we see this become a great and big IP.
And then to which degree language plays a role in there? Can
you repeat the question?
To which degree on the kind of a capacity or the popularity of the IP, a language plays the role? Are those new IPs only being driven by English language and adding localization, or?
I think it drives a tremendous. The role of localization is super important. If you think global, in our case, admittedly, we tend to think that United States, of course, North America is the place which sort of spills the mass markets to the rest of the world often. But we do try to be also very local about our most important markets. You'll see that both The Witcher and Cyberpunk 2077 are localized into like multiple languages, mostly because in many cases, in many countries, English is a high barrier for people who are not familiar with it. So whenever you localize, you can see that the popularity of a certain video game just go through the roof.
So let's talk a little bit about The Witcher. I have to fully admit that I'm so kind of vacuumed into the universe out of the game, but due to some extraordinary performances and wit in that IP. How did the licensing kind of process look for that? It's a Polish original. You've developed a really fascinating open world. Came on top of that. Suddenly, it becomes one of the biggest global drivers. What types of kind of adjustments or fine tunings, happened in the process of scaling that? I would say very well known and very loyal fan base lore into a global phenomenon.
So I think I would start with saying that it did not absolutely happen overnight. The first Witcher game was released in 2007. The third Witcher game was released in 2015. And yes, up until now, we've sold over 75 million copies of all three games. Most of which, however, was The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, so over 50 million. And I think The Witcher 3 was the breakthrough which sort of put us on the radar, while of course The Witcher 1 and 2 were also quite successful for their time. It was The Witcher 3 again that sort of made this big breakthrough. It took us, of course, a longer while, and we were lucky enough to purchase all the rights for the Witcher series from Mr. Andrzej Sapkowski, and we have a great relationship with him. Today, we are working on a daily basis with him in mind. and even working on the next Witcher video game of Nexus Think. If Mr. Sapkowski would, if this is something that Mr. Sapkowski would do in his books.
Look, if I kind of broaden this up a little bit, you're also a member of the Polish Game Developers Association, and if you basically look at the skills and the capacities of Europe, what do you think? What types of skills we need in order to either grow our success or at least replicate the success what you have achieved, and really develop those global champions, not only in gaming but also in IP and I would say the whole kind of merging interactive entertainment landscape?
For gaming specifically, I would even take a step back, because what we are as a Polish Games Association, what we are also dealing with is to try to provide as many education to young people, set up courses or talk to public universities to make game development a true profession, which sometimes, or in the majority of cases, these people from my generation came to the business out of sheer passion and not necessarily out of education. So this is something we definitely want to see thrive in more, and this is a process. I still think it will take a while. Once sort of we have that more in place, I think it will be great to sort of course, establish more professions, especially in the technical field, because that's something we do miss. And these days we have to also compete with Western markets. Make no mistake, we are of course a Polish company, but we are on the same sort of level, especially after pandemic and everything, as companies in the US with whom we have to compete for our workforce. In Poland, we are blessed with a lot of talent. We have a lot of awesome gaming companies specializing in releasing amazing video games. Again, I think almost every professional I've met who stands behind a successful video game is true passionate about his work. But I do hope that we can see more sort of education being brought to young people.
So a little bit want to beam in the future, and I want to kind of conclude. I want to have your 3 predictions about the future. But before that, today we've been kind of talking a lot of time about synthetics. We have talking about Gen AI and then etc. NVIDIA, not so long time ago, ran this rather extraordinary demo where there was a conversation in a ramen shop, if I remember correctly, where most of those conversations were user generated and etc. To which degree you will see that user-driven generative content will start driving those experiences for us?
I'm smiling admittedly because I have seen this demo in person, and it's true that it's very impressive. I do think that generative AI in gaming is here to stay, and I don't mean this as a threat. I would rather prefer to treat this as an opportunity. And I've seen a lot of, while this is not in our daily basis workloads or work just yet, I've seen a lot of writers, for example, in our company being truly excited about what it could do for like the immersiveness of the video game. As you mentioned, the ramen shop scene where you don't just pick one of 4 dialogue options with a certain NPC, but rather engage in a true and honest dialogue, while the writer, instead of writing prescripted dialogue, would focus on what actually the player should bring out of this conversation. And so that's why I think it's, while of course, within certain limits and then keeping of course ethics in mind, I do think that at least in our business, the Gen AI, for example, could be a tremendous opportunity for making better video games in the future without putting people's works and people's jobs in danger.
So if you would have one wish for the future of thinking about Europe as a gaming and an interactive and the holistic entertainment champion, we talked about skills, what would be your one wish be? Anything?
I wish more companies, and I hope that this will actually come true, more companies will follow the transmedia path, where they will not only engage in gaming, which of course will probably still be the core of their business, but will engage more without any fears into different kind of media. Because I think today video games are not competing with just other video games. We're competing for people's time. And this is within every possible mean of entertainment. So I truly wish that a lot of awesome video game stories I have witnessed in video games will also be told in other media to also non-gamers.
Jan, thank you so much for finding time for us and sharing your extraordinary journey with The Witcher. Congratulations again, and I hope that soon it not will be only 75 million copies, but perhaps 150 million copies. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Kristen, yes, sir. It's a wrap. What have we heard and learned today?
We've heard and learned a lot. I'm going to try and give a quick synthesis about what we've heard about using AI for synthetic media.
Let's go.
Okay. Fear and caution. It's normal, okay? Humans, we do that. We've been here before. Sander told us about that. However, we also know that now there are frameworks, policies, sandboxes in place. So I think we need to go out there, start being brave, take those couple of hours, hundreds or thousands, not even hundreds of thousands, couple of $1,000s, and start doing what humans do best and what we do best. We need to play, we need to create, we need to make mistakes, and we need to learn. Because also I heard that collectively, Gail Ann Hurd said, we each have a role to play in making the world a better place. And that means we each have a role to play, I beg your pardon, in making AI in our creative industries a better place.
I think for me, what was really interesting to think about was ignorance doesn't work. We need to figure out what are our own data sets, how do we feed those data sets and not 3 drops of blood to the AI to get actually meaningful results out of that. We need dedicated funding in order to actually build our homegrown tools and I think eliminate a lot of those fears and uncertainties that might either if copyright or otherwise driven. I think that's a very, very valid point. I think we really need to look into skills and education because where is our first European academy for filmmakers learning AI? And I think we also need sandboxing for both everyone around the table to come together and see here are the upsides and here are the downsides. And I think what's really encouraging for me to hear from Jan, and we have to admit that CD Projekt Red is one of the powerhouses, what he said was, diversify your storytelling.
Yep.
It's not only about gaming, it's really actually going out into other medium and building those very powerful stories that connect us in this very turbulent world.
This is it, going sort of the transmedia, as he said, and diversity is actually, and diversification is the words that we heard throughout today. European representation. We have an amazing opportunity to be able to actually take everything that we have here in terms of our culture, our history, our languages, and actually build that into European models and European training sets.
And be able to build those powerful stories and IP out of Europe.
Let's talk about that and how we've progressed back here next year, maybe, Stan.
Thank you.
Thank you so
for
much,
coming.
everyone. Take care.
This concludes the Innovation Forum. Thank you to European Commission, Industry at Tallinn, Black Nights Film Festival, and of course our wonderful speakers.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.